Hello, everyone. This is going to be an invited talk in a couple of minutes, so please hang on until our scheduled time. I already posted the Neurostar link for questions should we overflow. I'll start the formal introduction right on the hour. Well, I probably won't have to type during the talk, so we're fine. I see the attendees still coming up in numbers, so we'll wait that minute. And maybe in the last 40 seconds before we officially start, I would actually want to take the opportunity to thank the organizers, the webmaster who's doing really extra time for this event. That's really free for everyone. And also, of course, our president, Volker Stoiber of OCNS and the program committee and the board. If some of you are listening are new to CNS meetings, some of us have been here for well over 20 years. There are opportunities to serve on the board of directors and on the program committee. So if this meeting catches your attention and you want to see us all in person sometime and participate, please do not be shy to email Volker Stoiber or myself or Thomas Nowotny, someone else, and express your interest in joining us as a society. We're always up for new blood, so to speak, and we're not sucking it either. So all friendly. Now it's 3 o'clock, so it's my pleasure to introduce the next key speaker. Before that, the ground rules. So questions should be asked in the Ask a Question tab. Of course, if you have a link to share or something that may be of interest to others, use the chat. Also, don't forget, if you're not asking a question, but if you scan the question every once in a while and vote for your favorite question, those votes will ultimately determine which questions we get a chance to ask in this session. There will be only limited opportunity for that. Now, for everyone else who we don't get to answer immediately, there's another Q&A session in 7 hours from now. That's right after the poster session back in Crowdcast. And there we can actually let you come on stage, ask your questions. We have a whole hour to, in a more leisurely way, still answer more questions. So please attend even after the poster session. Please just check in with us if you find this an enticing presentation to chat about. And I think it will be a very interesting presentation. So let me introduce the speaker, Daniel Polanyi, who actually grew up in Germany, in Mainz, and then also went to the University of Mainz for a PhD in mathematics and computer science. Then he was a research fellow both in Mainz and Lübeck before he got a position as a lecturer at the University of Hertfordshire in England. There he went through the ranks, first as lecturer, then reader, then professor, and most of you know that is sort of in the American sense, that would be assistant professor, associate professor, and full professor. Since 2018, he's also been the director of the Center for Computer Science and Informatics Research at University of Hertfordshire, as well as the head of the Adaptive Systems Research Group. Now, his research program is an interest in self-organization, complex systems, and multi-agent systems. He's an editor of the Journal of Autonomous Agents and Multi-Agent Systems journal. He has over 180 publications. And one thing that I personally find most intriguing is that he has been associated with the RoboCup competition for many, many years, and he was also the president of the RoboCup Federation for 3 years, from 2017 through 2019. And I will, in a moment, post the link to the RoboCup so that you can figure out what that is. And that is when multi-agent systems actually have to work in unison to play robot soccer. And even today, this does not quite look like human soccer. And while they beat us in chess and Go, they do not beat us yet in soccer. But so there's ample research opportunities to figure out how to make robots smarter in a real life scenario. So without further ado, Danielle will talk to us about information and decision making. Please take it away.
Thank you very much for the introduction. Can you hear me? I don't get feedback.
Sounds good.
Sounds good. Okay, so I'm going to talk about information and decision making, and where the word information is important. It is Shannon information we are talking about. There are many other concepts of information, but Shannon information is the one we intend to discuss. Now, I would like to give my acknowledgements to several European projects that have helped funding this work, Corbis, SOC SMCS, WeMust, and quite a few more, in fact, but these are the most prominent ones. And I also would like to, it's quite slow, thank a large number of people. Well, the reaction time is a little bit slow. I would like to thank quite a number of people that have been involved in this research over the last roughly 20 years now. And basically, without them, all this would not have happened. And so everyone has had their part in building up this cathedral of understanding that we are moving towards in these days. But since I have a lot to talk to, I'll move straight to the topic. Now, Matt, 2 days ago, actually said something that I really liked, and I'm citing him here. For a scientist, understanding is the coin of the realm. And we will talk about understanding. So the systems I'm going to talk about are usually quite small. They're quite minimalistic, but it does not change the fact that we are trying to understand principles and concepts rather than trying to understand, trying to make a large system scale and somehow work. We want to understand. And everything I'm talking about has not a limitation in principle on the scaling or the level it is applied to. So the scaling is a practical problem, but it's not a conceptual one. I'm interested in this talk in conceptual questions. About the scaling, where there are things we can discuss, I'm also happy to discuss during our question hour. So this is the motivation that I am coming from. So originally, actually, I was motivated by biology. Retroactively, the question was, how did cognition evolve in biology? But truly, the real question that occupied me then was how sensors evolve in biology. So how would evolution know that a particular sensoric channel would be interesting and worth evolving? How would biology know that, for example, if you are a bat, trying to extract ultrasound and trying to create ultrasound to create reflections is a useful way to elicit information from your environment? And there are many more: magnetic sense, electrical sense, even the optical sense is not obvious how it would evolve. And we do know that, for example, photoreceptors seem to have evolved in 4 to 6 different independent origins, and there seems to be 40 to 60 different lines of descent, but the independent origin seems to be 4 to 6 in photoreceptors. Now, as you look at that, you discover that sensors that you find in nature are often highly optimized. In fact, so highly optimized that there's no obvious reason why it should be the case. So some sensors are actually operating at the physical limit. There are toads whose eyes can detect individual photons. And it seems that little children can, for example, hear sound at the level of the signal-to-noise limit generated by the heat, by thermal noise. Of course, once you go into the disco for the first time, that's over. But of course, when young children have a very, very refined sense level of auditory sense. And there seems to be an evolutionary pressure for high cognitive functions when that is available, when the space is available, or when the environment permits it. So my favorite animal in this case, to make the case, are actually octopuses, who are separated from us by around 400 million years of evolutionary history and have a completely different body plan, but their intellectual capacity is very, very high and competes with higher mammals. I heard the number that it may be competing with cats. It's not exactly clear. They are clearly different brains, but they have very high intellectual capacity. And this comes despite, as Xiaoping has very clearly explained yesterday, cognitive processing being very, very expensive. So expensive means if you look at the brain, that's kind of in rest 20% of your metabolism. When it's working hard, it's 40 to 50%. Even in the fly, when you look at the eye of a fly, which is large part of the brain effectively for a fly, for a house fly, that uses up 20% of the metabolism. So it's very clear that the motto in nature is capture all information you can get. Of course, it's not all you can afford to get. The information you get must be worth the metabolic expenditure that you put into it. So you must get information that you can actually support energetically. So information is the key, and that's why we talk about information theory in the sense of Shannon. And I want to give you a slightly different motivation from the ones that usually are given. And that is a well-known statistical test. It's a so-called Neyman-Pearson test. So basically you have two hypotheses, P1 and P2, and you observe X1, X2, and so on, so on, so on, Xn of a very random variable. And essentially the test consists of asking whether the probability under the hypothesis P1 divided by the probability under the hypothesis P2 are above a certain threshold. It sounds very trivial, but it turns out mathematical that this is a maximally powerful test. So if you want to reduce the number of false positives, you will increase the number of false negatives, and vice versa. So it's a good test. It is a special test with good quality. But what interests us is the fact that we can play around with it a bit. Namely, we can take the events X as IID. Let's assume they are just IID, and then basically these probabilities become products. And we take the logarithm. So essentially the test becomes a sum of probability quotients, and they are logarithms. So we take the logarithms P1 divided by P2 over all the samples you observe, and when that exceeds K, your P1 hypothesis has been accepted. So it means that I can now ask, what's the average evidence growth per sample? Evidence in favor of P1 against P2. Because when this evidence exceeds threshold K, we accept. So if we look at this average, and in general, we would write it like this, where we see this as the average, the probability, the true probability, as opposed to the hypotheses probabilities, which do not have to be the same as P. If now P1 is really the true hypothesis, the true probability, then this just reduces to the very well-known Kullback-Leibler divergence between the probabilities. So in other words, this Kullback-Leibler distance between the divergence between the probabilities is an indicator how much evidence in favor of P1 with respect to P2 you get. You can play the game in the opposite direction, so in P2 versus P1. But you see that essentially, if I accumulate this evidence per time, the more this is, the larger this is, the faster I accumulate evidence in favor of P1. The faster I accumulate it, and therefore the faster I will cross the threshold by at which I make the decision, yes, I accept the hypothesis. And decisions is what we are talking about. So decisions are the thing that we are interested in in the end of the day, because all an agent has, as much information as it takes in, millions of bytes or bits per second, even larger memory possibly, but actions are very low bandwidth. So this is basically what makes our decision. This evidence, once it crosses the threshold, is the point at which we switch, and therefore information is the coin of the realm in decision making. So I'll give it now a very high level view, and then I'll zoom in as we proceed with the talk. So information theory. Information theory is essentially born by the theory of communication, and funnily enough, it was actually born by Shannon claiming that the data that you communicate is completely without semantics. Of course, that's exactly the opposite of what an organism needs. Turns out that can be fixed. We can fix information theory an organism wants. In the next step, we look at metrics for probabilities. Suddenly, probabilities, basically, they are objects that live on some possibly unstructured spaces. In the best case, you have a sigma algebra. If in discrete case, you do not have any structure in the space a priori. But on the probabilities themselves, you suddenly get a very complex and very interesting structure. This is well known as information geometry. And so information theory gives a value to probabilities and endows them with the probability space with a lot of structure. One of the things you can, of course, show is that Bayes is optimal in terms of information, and a very specific term. So in a certain way, Bayes gets you the most out of whatever evidence you have and whatever likelihood you have. Ray distortion theory is very important when you have to compromise, when you do not have the capacity to do everything or transmit all information you would like to transmit. You have to make compromises. What's the best compromise you can do? It depends on the distortion cost. We'll come back to that later, because it's the way to actually endow information with semantics, namely by the distortion, or as we'll see later, value, in fact. Now we're coming to the organisms. The organisms need to acquire information via the sensors. They need to process information. And ultimately, they imprint information. This is action. Action is not often seen as an information transmission process unless it's about communication, but it's not true. Whenever your agent impinges on the environment, it does produce information that is being sent to the environment. And finally, one reason to look at information theory, it's not the last reason, there are many more, I could make this list twice or 3 times as long, limits and invariants. Information theory gives you statements about what you possibly can do under certain given limitations of your informational channel. And with this, we'll start. We'll talk about that in detail in a second. Now, the original view of information, and Shannon has been quite adamant about that, was communication. People very early tried to make information work to understand intelligence. We'll talk later about an attempt by Ashby, actually one of the few successful attempts, but essentially the first 50 years of information theory went so unsuccessfully that in fact at some point Gibson claimed information theory is not relevant to understanding agents because the world is not intending to speak to us. And I will add, it's also not designed to listen to us. So there is nobody there that takes responsibility for encoding a message to us. That's the view that actually Gibson had after seeing all these unsuccessful attempts of making information theory useful. Today we know better. We do not need intentional encoding or decoding by the world, only by the agent. It is enough if the agent, or essentially evolution through the agent, has made sure that encoding and decoding takes place. So what do I mean by this? The standard view of information theory is there's a sender, you encode your message suitably, I'm not going to talk about source and channel coding. It's not really important here. There's a channel, there's a noise in the channel that you decode, and you get a receiver. Now, in organisms, you basically have two channels. This is the first one. You have a world. There's a physics that is given. It's a priori. It's not evolving, in fact. What's evolving is a sensor, and the sensor reads out the physics. This is basically gets information from the world. Now it's decoded because the brain can do that. It's allowed to do processing and complex and non-trivial processing, and gets this information from the world. And vice versa, the mirror image of that is, of course, you encode whatever you decide to do into the actuator, and via physics, this impinges on the world. Not a big surprise, but it's clear that here we have some kind of analogy to the Shannon communication channel. So the consequence is a model agnostic, coherent and universal language to study information acquisition, processing, and action. What do I mean by model agnostic? Doesn't mean that you should not use a model. Of course, when you use a neural network, if you use a classifier system, if you use a tabular action mapping, these are particular models, but you know precisely where the model assumption goes in. So you know you can control exactly what your assumptions are when you do information theory. If you say, I need to solve this problem, you know how much information that needs, and that does not depend on what particular model you decide upon. So let's start with a very simple example, an overview of the type of models we're going to consider. So if you have a Markovian world, so the world is a random variable, time t minus 3, t minus 2, t minus 1, and the time proceeds from the left to the right. This is unstructured, there's nothing in the world, there's just a big blob. And there may be substructures, but we don't see them, we don't care about them. Then we'll start talking about agents. And the simplest agent we can imagine is a blind agent, an open loop agent. So the agent is something that has a fixed policy that does not depend on the world state. And this policy is modifying the world. Now, in the background of having such an agent, we always think of evolution, okay? I'm not going to talk about it a lot. Think of it as an extremely slow changing learning process. For the purposes of our talk, it does not change at all. But of course, it is optimal in some suitable sense. So this is optimizing probably something, or surviving, being viable. It doesn't have to be optimal. We know evolution doesn't require optimality, it just requires viability. Whatever it is, this is somehow selected for, and I will not further discuss about the process that does this in detail. Now, this is an open loop agent. The policy is the same everywhere. And if I introduce a sensor, and now this sensor is generic in the sense that it can in principle access everything it wants in the world. And this is the next level of refinement we're going to consider. In reality, it will not look at everything in the world. But if we could, then we would pick out the things that make a difference. And more specifically, we can go to a reactive agent that has dedicated sensors. This means the sensors have been already optimized, pre-optimized. They are sensors that have a very particular structure that may have emerged by evolution. And the most sophisticated model is the one where we look at memory. So M stands for memory. Think of it as a brain, because this arrow here includes the processing in the brain. It's a very simple model for discrete time, but in principle, you can model any arbitrarily complex discrete time system with this model. I did not say how many states you have in M. It could be a continuous world, it could be discrete, it could be contraset, you choose. So we have the world, we have the sensor, we have the memory, which is affected by the sensor, and what was in the memory previously, we have an action, and the action together with the last world state creates a new world state. This is to be read as a Bayesian network. And what I want to point out here is the symmetry. Not only is it almost symmetric with respect to time, except for the time arrow, of course. The time arrow, of course, has a direction. But what's more striking is, with respect to this boundary, the perception action loop is actually almost perfectly symmetric. And the only thing that distinguishes the world and the agent is the fact that the agent can choose its arrows, the world cannot. The world is a passive physical system. So it's essentially this one is actually adaptive, this one is not. This is the symmetry breaker. Evolution is a symmetry breaker in this picture. So let us revisit this. It gets more interesting, right? I mean, I put in here these rewards, but I can now ask the following question. I can, for example, ask the typical question of MDP. In an MDP, what you say is, okay, I get sensory information and I make a decision. I get this information, process it, and take a decision. And for now, let's forget about the memory retainment. I will look at the reactive agent, so I simplify my picture. If I look at this, this is what we will call later relevant information. It is how much information do I need from the sensor to pick an action at the desired quality level. So this is a very natural question to ask. But when we look at this diagram, the next thing we can look at is, well, there's a mirror image to that question. There's a dual question. And that dual, so when we look at this one, this is pull information. How much information do I need to pull from the environment? I can, of course, look at the dual question, which is the push information. So it is basically just a consequence of the symmetry. If I push information to the world, what comes back? Now, you would ask, why do I care? Well, I hope I can convince you later that you should care, and it's worth caring about. So the information theoretical picture that I have information and get from the environment, or I can push information to the environment, gives us an insight about some kind of interesting duality of what information does in the world. So let's get a bit more concrete. Let's talk about informational invariance. So informational invariance of decision-making mean that we can actually make hard statements about what you need to do in decision-making. And I mentioned Ashby earlier, was one of the few people who did in the early cybernetics had some success with information theory. So his statement was only variety can destroy variety. There's an extension and refinement by Duchette and Lloyd, dates to 2000, 2004. And essentially, you look at an open loop controller. So there is a world, and the world proceeds, and you have a blind agent. And let's assume that this agent, think of it as like a Hoover. It's blind, but it sucks in dirt, and it just happens to do it. So as it sucks in dirt, reduces entropy, reduces the disorder in the environment. Now, we look at the most entropy-reducing open loop controller you can imagine, and look at the entropy reduction it can achieve. So delta H star open is the best entropy reduction an open loop controller can possibly achieve in this world. And now we ask, what happens if we permit this agent to have a look at the world? We add a sensor and ask, how much better can we get? So this is now the closed loop entropy reduction. And it turns out that this closed entropy loop reduction is limited by what the open loop controller can do at best, plus the information the agent action can get about the world state. So having a sensor means that at most this amount more entropy reduction can be achieved. At most. It could happen that you don't get anything extra. So this is an upper limit. In general, it doesn't have to be that high. So it is the open loop reduction plus possibly some more, but never more than this. This is a law of mathematics. It's not a law of physics. It's a mathematical law. It's always valid. Sometimes we can make that even sharper. So let's look at the following scenario. I have a little navigational task. There's an agent here sitting on this grid. And this agent has 4 sensors, or actually 1 sensor that gives it the direction of the highest gradient value. So for example, here, you have a value here, 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 and here. And the brightest value is the highest amount of chemical. So if the gradient points down, the agent will go down. There are only 4 directions, and there are only 4 actions. So this gradient is simply gradient follower. If there are two directions with equally high, it will pick one randomly, and it will move to the center. And because there is no stop action once it reaches the center, it will wobble around. Okay, so when we start the agent in an area here, this agent lives in a space with entropy. As it proceeds, it reduces the entropy and reaches the center. So it has squeezed out the entropy of the original state to almost zero. It's not exactly zero because it is wobbling around, but it's very minor. And now we can write that again as a Bayesian network. There's a world, there's a dedicated sensor, actuator, memory we don't need, so let's get rid of it. And now we can ask, okay, how much information did the agent process as it started from its playground somewhere around the center and moved to the center? And if you look, this was the initial state, say, and then we see the censoring value at the first step, second step, third step, fourth step, and so on as it goes to infinity. As we look at the sensor history, it turns out that the information that sensor history had about the original state approaches the total entropy at the beginning. Now, this is not trivial. It's not obvious. It doesn't have to happen. In this case, it does happen because we have a conservative system. So if the agent does not get any direction by its own actions, it will just do a random walk and will float out to infinity. It will not get to the center. Certainly, it will not stay there. So in other words, it turns out that it is an invariant. The agent must process the total amount of information that was in its original uncertainty. It must process it throughout its run. Otherwise, if you can't do that, it will not be able to reach the center. It will not be able to squeeze out the ultimate amount of entropy. So we have a conservation law here of information. Conservation of information. I like to say this way, there's no perpetuum mobile of the third kind. For those of you who know perpetuum mobiles are machines that run forever. So originally people thought you could generate work out of nothing, out of thin air. This was perpetuum mobile of first kind. Then people thought, okay, this is not possible, energy conservation. But yeah, you can take hot air, you land on Venus, and it will extract energy out of no temperature differences. That's not possible either. That's perpetuum mobile of second kind. But here we have a third kind one. You can't generate information out of nothing. If you need information to solve a problem, you need that information. This is not physics. This is not about Landauer limits. This is math. This works on high-level systems. Systems far away from any thermodynamic limits. Okay? This is hard. However, the news is not quite as bad. Sometimes, well, while there may not be no free lunch, sometimes there is free beer. That is something I'm happy to discuss with you in the question hour, because I don't have time to talk about this here. Let me just summarize. Here we have the entropy of W0 determines the minimum amount of information that you need to process to get to the center. The interesting part now is, while that is an invariant, you can choose how you distribute it. It can be spread over time. In our case, it's spread over time. It's taken by the sensor one by one. The agent never has a full memory of the full system. It just remembers what it just saw in the sensor right now. Sensors and memory, you can spread it out differently in sensors and memory, and you could also spread it through other agents. Note, this invariance is purely entropic. We don't care actually about the task. We talk only about the entropy of the goal state. As we go through specific tasks, let me move on to the next level. So I'm sure Oscar Wilde would be delighted to live in our times, and I'm sure he would be an influencer of great renown. And of course, this statement is truer today than ever. It is a very sad thing that nowadays there is so little useless information. I think he really preempted the internet. So, as we go for decision making, of course, we all know how to make model decision making. I will talk about MDPs, Markov decision problems now. I'm not going to talk about the POMDPs, but essentially, so we assume that we have an agent that can, in principle, access the full world. So I'm merging W and S. I pretend that the sensor in principle could be the whole world, and I extract a policy that decides what I'm doing for the next step. So this is our Bayesian network, slightly simplified. We have a utility that we optimize. This is our usual utility. We are basically collecting rewards as we go. Now, our task is find the best policy pi star. This is the standard MDP problem. But the standard reinforcement learning doesn't care about decision costs. Decision costs are free. I mean, you can have a policy as complicated as you want. Of course, there are all kinds of regularization, sometimes ad hoc, sometimes a bit more principled. But here we want a regularization that really expresses the fact that information processing is expensive in biology. So we would include the information cost itself and expand to an IMDP. And what exactly do I mean here? Here I mean a very special type of information parsimony. We minimize the relevant information that the action extracts from the state or the sensor at a given utility level. So the utility level can be optimal. That's the best you can do, but it could be also below that. So formally, it's a classic Lagrange formalism. Don't be afraid of the formula. I'll explain the terms very quickly. So we minimize this. And to model the fact that we choose an expected utility, here we write this term and multiply with beta. And this beta is controlling how optimal we want the system to be. So if beta goes to infinity, essentially you say, I want optimal behavior. Amongst all optimal behaviors, I want to choose the policies with minimum information cost. If it's not unique. If it's unique, well, there's just one. But if it's not unique, I want the minimum information cost policy. If beta goes to 0, it's the opposite. I want a policy where the information is low, so open loop, blind, and amongst all policies, which are zero information policies, I want the ones that have the least value, the highest value. Sorry. So I want the ones that have the highest value. So I want the highest value for open loop policies, and beta between these values is simply something in between. So let's look at how that looks. Here I have a little example. Let me just check the time very quickly. Okay, yeah, we're good enough. Sorry about that. I have basically two goals, A and B. And in this grid world, I can go north, east, south, and west. And I get a penalty of -1 for each step. So I want to make this route short. It's very clear A has a longer average route because it's in the corner than B. So B has a slightly higher value than A. And now we can look at the trade-off of utility versus relevant information. How does it look like? Here we have the function. This is the relevant information, how much information you need, and this is the value, the average value you get. So let's look at A first. A was in the corner, remember, so it takes a bit longer to get there. The best you can do on average is -10.5 on average. So -10.5 is the optimal case, is the highest value you can, this is a red curve for A, is the highest value you can achieve for goal A. And the relevant information you need to do that is relatively small. It's less than 0.2 bits per step, because essentially you have only to distinguish whether you're in the center somewhere. You see the wall, the north wall, the east wall, or you don't see them. There are three different things you have to do, and while you're in the middle, you basically you can take any action north or east. As you make the agent use less and less information, so you squeeze the information out, the value goes down, and here you have a blind policy, an open loop policy, which is essentially not that much worse. And the reason for that is that you can just go north or east and proceed randomly, because the walls act as a funnel to push you into the corner. So the walls don't give you an extra penalty, just time penalty as usual. If you bang on the wall, you just lose time. They're not electrified. It's okay to bump into walls. It doesn't hurt you beyond the loss of time. However, when we look at B, then the best we can do with B, we see this is minus 5.5. Of course, B is closer to every other point. If you have an optimal policy, you will get a value of minus 5.5. But look at the information. It's huge. It's 1.2 bits per step. And the reason for that is that at each decision, we have to decide, am I above this point, below this point, or at the right level? You essentially need a GPS to find it. The corner is far easier to find. So you see that here, the agent has to expend much more effort to get to the center. It has to spend a lot more information processing for this goal. The corner goal is far easier. And that is what I meant by free beer, right? So sometimes the world is helpful to you, and you as an agent are tempted, of course, to pick goals that makes it easier for you and informationally cheaper to get a goal. In fact, when we made the agent blind, in the case of B, the value goes really down to around minus 200. The reason is, in that case, essentially, you have no chance but actually a random walk to find the center. So this is summarizing it, and I'll now move on to the next point. I want now to say, why would you actually ever want to be suboptimal? Is there just saving energy and time? Well, I just want to just give a glimpse on something that Matt or already indicated 2 days ago. Namely, the question is, we overlearn, we have only one goal, we see only one goal, then our agent becomes blinkered. And essentially, similar things happen if you just look at perfectly optimal behavior. And I want to convince you that sometimes less is more. So here's just the diagram. There's no math here involved, but essentially it can be done mathematically. And think of it, if you have an optimal agent, an optimal agent always acts optimally. So think of it as a mountain landscape. And the mountain landscape is covered by fog. So you have no idea what's out there, and you don't care because you're always acting the right thing. All you know about your world of actions, all you know are these 4 optimal spots. You have no idea how the world looks beside that. So you have no generalization capability. You have no knowledge of the world outside of these optimal spots. As we remove the clouds, we see there's much more there. And this is what happens when you become suboptimal. When you're suboptimal, you have to live with the fact that you have to pick suboptimal actions. Then you need to know what the suboptimal actions look like. And therefore, you can, by reducing beta, you can explore, and you're forced to explore how the world looks outside of its optimality. This is one reason also why sometimes robustness depends on suboptimal solutions. Being suboptimal is not always a bad thing. I will skip this one because I wanted to show you a couple of other things. Just so I want to, first of all, to show you one result. It's actually quite an old result by now, but it still shows you that with information you can do quite fun things that are biologically interesting. And here's this fantastic quote by Ludwig Wittgenstein. Problems are solved not by giving new information, but by arranging what we have known since long. Again, I'm hailing back to the keynote yesterday by Xiaoping, that essentially you get all kinds of information, but in the end of the day, you ask, okay, which information do I actually want? And sometimes it's actually knowing how to organize your information that what matters. So here's the test, the experiment that we did. We took an Aibo. This is these old Sony robotic dog. They were discontinued for a time, but came back, I think, into sale. And so here sits this Aibo, watches a book, and gets some information from the environment. And now let's assume that some nasty circumstances caused the Aibo to rewire its eyes. And basically, it wakes up and its eyes are completely disorganized. So this was its retina, and after the disorganization, it looks like that. Poor Aibo. Can we do something? So this is a disorganized eye. This is what it saw in the original, and this is a reconstruction. How does reconstruction work? You look at the information distance between 2 pixels, and you look at the streams arriving through the movement of the agent, and as this movement arises, then you basically try to put pixels in close by that have a similar are informationally close to each other. And now let me see whether I can actually make this work, or whether it's a little bit slower than usual. Okay, clearly something is happening. Everything takes 5 times longer. I'm sorry about that. Yeah. This is because of the screen share. My apologies. I'm afraid that being on the screen share seems to very slow down things very considerably. Okay, I think that takes too much time, so I will skip that one and return to the slides, which also takes time. I see now a cloud of 1,000 people waiting for for this to move. Right. Okay. So basically, what you see is essentially that this field reorganizes, and it will adapt itself back into the order, into the neighborhood that it actually so that nearby pixels will essentially be mapped nearby just by looking at the information distance between the pixels. So here is another one that is a movie that I try to show, but I don't think I can. I will skip the show. I'll just explain what to do. Here we took all the sensors of the IBO plus a selection of the visual field, plus a selection of the visual field of 100 sensors, and essentially did the same game again. When you run this and look at the information distance between these different sensor streams, it arranges itself into a bipartite, bilaterally symmetric map, topographic sensory topic map of the different sensors with a very clear separate region for the eye. You see here the vestiges of that. Unfortunately, I can't run it. But here you see the legs, the left leg, the right leg, and a couple of other things. The things in the center are the things that are hard to separate. They don't have very characteristic correlations. Here, there's another example. This is the famous example by Daw and William Wiesel, essentially, where you put an IBO in an impoverished environment where there are only vertical bars, and it actually degenerates its sensory streams into these linear groups. Unlike the poor cats in the experiments, you can undo that by putting the IBO back into an enriched environment. So this works. So I would like, in the last minute of the talk, to talk about universal utilities a bit. We talked about, okay, rewards, and people think, okay, reward is just there, but of course we know that organisms don't have clear reward. It's not clear what rewards would be, what tasks would be. Tasks are not well defined in biology in general. So the success criterion is survival, viability, effectively. And the search space is huge, and it's very sparse, and it's very large. So lots of things you can do wrong. In short, if you really talk in the spirit of pure Darwinism, The reactions are very slow on the screen. I apologize for that. Basically, in pure Darwinism, feedback is by death. If you get it all right and then before you procreate you make a mistake, you're dead. That's your feedback. It's a very, very nasty feedback. The question is, can we do better? We know that homeostasis creates lots of dense networks that guide living beings. But these networks are organism-specific and designed on case-to-case basis for artificial agents. Well, not designed, evolved, right? And if you have an artificial agent that's designed of an organism, it's specific to the organism. The question is, can you do better than that? So the idea, and I will just give a very short outline of that if you have adaptational feedback that tells you what to do, this feedback must be dense, so you need to get it all the time to be useful, and not just once in a long period. And it should be rich. It should tell you to a good extent what you're doing wrong, right? If it's not rich, it's very, very hard to learn. So it should tell you, well, if you stretch your elbow too far, it hurts. You know, this is the elbow. You should not stretch your elbow. It's not your knee, it's not your head, it's your elbow. So it should be rich. And there are quite a few ideas that have popped up in the last decades. Artificial curiosity by Schmidhuber, learning progress by Kaplan-Udy, autotelic principle by Steels, and intrinsic rewards by Singh, and many, many others. And probably a bit closer to what we are talking about here is some aspects of the free energy principle, homeokinesis by Rolf Dare, and predictive information, which is an information theoretic variant of homeokinesis. Also ideas from physics, like causal entropic forcing, have been suggested. And this is probably closest to what I'm talking about here. The ansatz we had is informational impedance match. Optimize informational fit into the sensory motor niche. So maximize the potential to inject information into the environment and to recapture it. This is an evolutionary, strong reason to do. Let me just highlight how to read it. You are in control of your destiny as an organism. And being in control is good. And knowing it is good. You need to know it. It's not enough to just be in control of the destiny. You need to know it. So basically, it's formally the mixture of controllability and observability. And this can be formulated in an information theoretical way, so our famous perception action loop. I'll cut off the memory, we don't need it. I cut off the sensing and acting loop, I don't need it. And basically I look at actions. I do an action, I choose it, time passes. I do a second action, something happens. Time passes. I do a third action. Again, everything is blind except for the starting state. I know where I'm starting here, right? So I have done 3 actions, and now I look, what have I done? What has happened? And I now look at the effect that my actions have on this final sensory state. Not necessarily on the world, it's actually subjective. It's what I can observe about the changes of the world. And I maximize that influence. This maximum influence is measured by mutual information. So how much can these actions influence my sensory state? Maximize that. Now I'll make a little modification. This depends actually on the starting state. It depends on actually where I started, right? So it becomes a function of the world state, and I simplify anyway. So this is this maximum influence from this action to this state, starting in a given state. And this thing we call empowerment. How much influence do you have over your future world? It's not what you do, it's only your influence. And as an organism, you want to move to states that maximize your influence. So I don't have time to go too much into details, but basically it's a utility, pseudo-utility. It's purely defined by the world dynamics, and you don't need a reward. So it emerges in the moment you have an agent. Let me just give you a couple of examples. So here is a very simple one. And this is a little room. There's a maze basically, and the black areas are where this value of empowerment is very high. So where in 5 steps I can, no, this is 1 step, 2 steps, 5 steps, and 10 steps. So basically, the darker this is, the further I can get in the starting the state in the scale given here. So the scales are not the same, otherwise you can't see much. So essentially here I get All these states are hard to distinguish here, can distinguish very clearly the central states from the boundary states. And even with just one step, there's a clear preference for states in the middle of the room to states in a corner or in the corridor. So I have another example that's a pendulum, but I suspect this pendulum, I can't run it. So what you have to imagine, this is an acrobat. It is a relatively difficult, or it used to be a difficult reinforcement learning path. But with empowerment, you can even just using empowerment locally. It's not a reinforcement learning algorithm. You can drive the agent to maximize its empowerment. Turns out that standing up and balancing it upright is the most important part, because then I can make very little changes and have this pendulum fall down, as opposed to being down where I have to work very hard to make it do anything, right? So empowerment makes you balance. It finds that balancing is a preferable situation because you can control, you have a precarious state that your agent can control. Think of it precariousness. Some people thought this is a indicator of life, and or a hallmark of life. And so in that case, empowerment measures this precariousness, controllable precariousness. So I want to hope, I want to show you, I have this Pac-Man thing where I can show using empowerment, but since we're coming to the end, I just save time, and while I talk, I will show you a couple of examples which I like best. This is basically in a Minecraft type scenario where you can move, build, destroy blocks, and essentially these blocks can be transferred. And here we have a little agent that has a river of lava, and as this river of lava is blocking the agent's path, the agent cannot go into the lava. It can cross it only if a bridge is built. And if the movie appears, which seems not to be the case, it probably will appear in half an hour, it actually builds a bridge. So the agent builds a little bridge over the lava and walks
We're losing, sorry, we're losing the audio. Okay.
You lost the audio?
For a little bit.
You lost? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes,
But
okay.
You have 4 more minutes just to also say that.
Yeah, okay, so then I'll just wrap up. The movie doesn't seem to appear. So essentially, oh, well, there you go. So the agent will build a bridge over the lava. The other two examples, it's just too slow, I can't show it. So the other three examples are basically the agent. Okay, this is so it's not very useful. The other three examples are the agent essentially being swamped in an overflowing lava world. Is basically it's not a climate change. Basically, lava is overflowing, and the agent finds 3 different strategies. They emerge randomly, so there are different probabilities for them to emerge. One, the agent reacts very late. It's like a typical politician, builds a little island, jumps on the island to escape the lava. In this one, the agent builds dam, effectively, to block the lava. And the third one is actually the one I like best. In that case, the agent actually digs in and builds a cavernous subterranean dwelling to escape the lava, and it corks the entrance so the lava can't enter. So in other words, the agent has discovered a way to survive. And with this, I will close the presentation for now, but I'm happy to answer questions at this time.
Right. So you have a few questions. The first one with the most votes is how can you use such knowledge to describe a practical model besides of using Kullback-Leibniz divergence as the cost function?
Okay. Can you repeat the question? So.
Yeah. How can you use such knowledge you described in a practical model besides using Kullback-Leibniz divergence as the cost function? I don't know whether the practical model might come down to RoboCop, like a soccer playing agent. How can you make them work better?
Okay, so you need a model in the end. If you do, for example, empowerment, you need a forward model. I'm not saying where it comes from, right? This model needs to be learned. But the reason I showed the example with sensor map reconstruction is that even using information theory, you sometimes can create some aspects of a model, reconstruct some aspects, geometric aspects, structural aspects, just by looking at the informational correlation between variables. Okay, so the cool part is that you can say exactly where your model assumptions come in. Of course, you can just use a neural network for that. In fact, you can. There are strong suspicions that you can use feed-forward networks and deep networks to model things like bottleneck and similar information theoretical models. It's perfectly fine. Yeah, so we don't really have an opinion about where the model comes from. It's just in information theory can say very precisely, this is what the model assumption is. Yeah? I don't know whether I'm answering the question.
Well, since I didn't originally ask it, we can actually, in the Q&A session later on today, we could ask and invite this questioner on screen and get some more insight. If I could squeeze in a quick question of my own and had to do with empowerment, which basically seems to me like maximal impact on the environment would be like blowing things up. So that doesn't seem to be that useful.
No, it's not that you do it. It means you can. So empowerment says, how much could I do? I had one example, money. With a lot of money, you can create a lot of trouble, right? Yeah, if you're a billionaire, can create a lot of trouble. You know that. The point is, do you actually spend it on this? Doesn't mean you do it, right? You could spend it on the party, you could spend it on this, or you just keep it. You're like Uncle Scrooge. He doesn't even spend the money, just could spend it. So empowerment is like that. In fact, when you want to do something, what you do, you exchange empowerment for some other goal. Ultimately, if you don't live forever, your empowerment will disappear. So essentially, you need to spend your empowerment coins, your coin of the realm, if you like. If I quote Matt here, you have to spend it.
Right, and then we had a question that's back to your example, which was asking, isn't the wall giving information in the case of the corner position? If you start at the corner with your...
Is the
wall giving information?
Yes. This is exactly what happens. It does give information, but to my knowledge, this is not well understood how to model this, right? Because the separation of the contributions of what the agent does and what the wall does is not easy. And in fact, if you can ask Joe Lizier, he knows everything about that. The separation of informational contributions is a far more intricate question than it looks on first sight. So people have tried to say how much information from me, how much information from me. Let's try to separate it. There was this absolutely ingenious insight by Paul Williams and Randall Beer that you actually have a much finer structure of information than the standard Shannon Venn diagram. But turns out it's not that easy. It turns out it's a very, very intricate question, and a large community, not that large community, but it keeps the community occupied very strongly for now almost 10 years. I'm sure the workshop by Joe will cover some of these points.
Okay, one final question I think we have time for, and I also want to let you know there was lots of applauses there on the right side in the chat. But the last question then that we have time for now, and then there's another Q&A in 6 hours. Does continually seeking dense information without acting on the environment, in parentheses imprinting, will result in increased entropy inside the brain? And
no, I mean, you do learn, right? You want to know, I do something and it's wrong, and I need somehow to get this feedback, and that it's wrong. Now, if you have a sensor like hunger and thirst and pain, these are very elementary sensors. So you will damage your body if you ignore them. So these are hardwired. But there are many things where you don't know exactly what your world is like, and you have lots of different things that you don't know. Shall I do this? Shall I do that? It's not really clear. And in these cases, when it's not obvious what to avoid, then basically, then empowerment or perhaps similar quantities are useful, because then you select amongst indifferent things that are more interesting as compared to things that are less interesting. By the way, if you have superpowers or gods, I call it a tragedy of the Greek gods, they can do too much. For them, the landscape looks completely even everywhere. So they're bored. That's exactly why we like avatars in games. We like to actually improve our capabilities in games because it structures our space.
Okay, with that word about the gods, we need to finish. There's an 18-minute coffee break and a rest break coming up, and then there's the next featured presentation. So please stay on or re-sign for that. And thank you, Daniel, so much for an enlightening talk about information.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you.
And I will end this session here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Julie Haas. I'm a member of the program committee for CNS. I'd like to welcome you back to our next oral sessions. We have one featured and one oral presentation today. Just a reminder, all of these sessions are recorded, so you can always go back to any given link through the Crowdcast link and replay it as you'd like. I'd like to point out at the bottom of the screen, there is an Ask a Question function. Please feel free to use that to ask questions and to vote on the questions that that will be answered at the end of the session. Sorry about the echo. I'll mute myself in just a second. So without further ado, I'd like to present our first speaker, Yannis Pasokas, who will tell us about head direction in two different insect species. He'll give a 30-minute presentation and then 10 minutes for questions. Without further ado, here's Yannis.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and thank you for attending my talk. Can you see my slides? Yes? Okay, good. Thank you for attending my talk. Most of you will be familiar with the head direction cells of rodents. If you place your electrodes in specific areas of the brain of a rat, you can see that particular cells are firing when the rat is facing towards a specific direction in respect to its visual surroundings. As the animal turns around, different cells become active. Each cell is tuned to a different heading, and it becomes active when the animal is facing towards that direction. A common hypothesis is that these cells are part of a ring attractor. A ring attractor is a ring of neurons connected in such a way so that only a localized group of neurons is maximally active at any moment in time, and all other neurons are silenced. This results in a localized bump of activity that can be maintained even without providing an external stimulus to the circuit. Insects also have neurons encoding the animal's head direction. I'm going to be talking about these insect neurons today. This is a picture of the brain of an insect, the Drosophila fruit fly. The colored portion is known as the central complex. It has been established that the central complex is necessary for an insect to maintain its orientation. In this talk, I'm going to be concerned with only two of these colored structures: the dark blue mustache-shaped structure, which is called the protocerebral bridge, and the orange donut-shaped structure, which is known as the ellipsoid body. Now let's have a look at the donut-shaped structure, the ellipsoid body of a fruit fly. If you place a fruit fly in a virtual reality environment and you look at its ellipsoid body, you can see a peak of calcium concentration that moves around the ellipsoid body as the insect rotates in respect to its visual surroundings. At the bottom right, the blue line shows you the actual heading of the fruit fly, and the red line shows the heading decoded by looking at the calcium concentration around the ellipsoid body. If you turn off the visual stimuli, the calcium bump remains in place, suggesting a ring attractor-like operation. The advantage of working with insects is that these days we have neuron-level anatomical detail of whole brain areas. If we look closer at the neural anatomy of the central complex of different insect species, we see several anatomical differences. Here we compare two species, the Drosophila fruit fly on the left and the desert locust on the right. We chose those two species because they are 400 million years apart in evolution, and it is therefore interesting to see how their homologous circuits compare. There are three main anatomical differences between those two species. First, the ellipsoid body in fruit flies has a ring shape, while in locusts is a linear shape. Second, the protocerebral bridge in the fruit fly consists of 18 segments, the one next to the other, and 18 corresponding columns of neurons that interconnect the protocerebral bridge with the ellipsoid body. In contrast, in the locust, the protocerebral bridge has 16 segments and corresponding groups of vertical neurons. Third, the delta 7 neurons that run along the length of the protocerebral bridge differ in their arborization pattern. Here at the bottom, I'm showing two of these neurons. In the fruit fly, they have dendritic terminals all along their length, while in locusts, they only have dendrites in specific portions along their neurite, with gaps in between. We saw the anatomical differences between the two species. Now the question is, how do the underlying circuits compare to each other? One approach for comparing two brain systems is to extract from the neural imaging data the connectivity matrices and simulate them. You can provide the same stimulus to both of them and compare their responses. This approach will allow you to compare their function, but will not provide you with a real mechanistic understanding of their inner structure. Another approach is to instead reverse engineer the underlying circuit structure. Then you will be able to compare both their function and the actual circuits to see how their implementation differs. This second approach is important from an ethological point of view because it can reveal circuit features that evolved for supporting the different lifestyles of individual species. Here we are going to reverse engineer the underlying circuits and then compare their structure and their function. But first, I will take a historical diversion to give some methodological context on why and what we're doing here. Back in the Cold War era, competing powers would get access to the latest hardware from the other side of the Iron Curtain. They would cut the microchip cell open and they would etch off layer after layer of the microchip silicon, taking photographs of each layer, and then they would try to reconstruct the three-dimensional silicon structure. Everyone knew that this was happening, so designers sometimes were trying to confuse the people on the other side, while other times they would leave hidden messages to help them. However, having the three-dimensional structure was not enough. So engineers would systematically try to reverse engineer the circuit in order to get a symbolic representation they can understand and replicate. In our times, we are slicing brains and we are imaging layer after layer, trying to reconstruct the three-dimensional structure of neurons. The resolution we have is impressive, but to understand what is really going on, we need to extract the underlying circuit. Microchips are man-made systems with particular structure. Engineers trying to understand them knew what circuitry modules they were expecting to find. This is not the case with brains. Evolutionary processes do not optimize for structural simplicity and don't leave hidden messages to help us. This is a more challenging task. We need to learn from the past and develop repeatable methods. What we learned from the past is that having the three-dimensional structure of the substrate does not give us adequate understanding of the inner workings. We need an abstracted symbolic representation of the neural circuit to understand its principles of implementation and operation. We return now to our question. What is the underlying circuit and how it differs between the two species? In the next few slides, I'm going to walk you through the process of extracting the underlying circuits from the traced neurons. First, let's look at the inhibitory part of the circuit. The inhibitory neurons run along the length of the protocerebral bridge. These are the delta 7 neurons I mentioned earlier. This is the schematic of the protocerebral bridge of a fruit fly organized in 18 segments where neurons form synapses. There are 8 inhibitory neurons that run along its length. Here I have drawn them the one under the other so that they are visible. These insect neurons are different than the typical vertebrate neurons you might be familiar with. Each neuron has output terminals in 2 or 3 segments and dendritic terminals in all other segments. All 8 neurons have the same pattern of synaptic terminals shifted by one column in respect to the others. In each segment, only one neuron has output terminals and makes synapses with the other 7 neurons that have input terminals in the same segment. If we look at this first segment, we can redraw the synaptic connections as a graph, with each neuron represented as a circle and lines representing synapses. As we can see, this neuron inhibits all other 7 neurons. We can do the same for the second segment, the next segment, and add this synaptic connection to the graph. We can repeat this for all 8 neurons to get the whole circuit. It is clear now that in the fruit fly, the circuit has an underlying global inhibition pattern. Each neuron inhibits all others. Now we can do the same for the locust. In the locust, there are again 8 inhibitory neurons that run along the length of the protocerebral bridge. Here again, all neurons have the same pattern of synaptic terminals, shifted by one column in respect to the others. However, in each segment, only 3 neurons have dendritic terminals and therefore receive input. If we redraw the synaptic connections of the first segment as a graph, we get this pattern now. We see that the first neuron inhibits only some of the other neurons. We can do the same for the second segment, and we can repeat this for all 8 neurons to get the whole circuit. We see that in the locust, the circuit has a local inhibition pattern. Each neuron inhibits only some of the other neurons. That was the easy part. Now let's look into the excitatory part of the circuit. The excitatory part consists of 3 types of columnar neurons interconnecting the protocerebral bridge with the ellipsoid body. We have more neurons now, and our problem is how to systematically follow their connectivity around the whole circuit. The trick is in the labeling of the protocerebral bridge segments. I have numbered the segments of the protocerebral bridge from 1 to 9, from left to right in both hemispheres. In this way, neurons innervating equally numbered segments of the protocerebral bridge have the same neural activity. That allows us to collapse pairs of neurons into one single equivalent neural connection, removing redundancy and simplifying the resulting circuit. We can do this for the first type of neurons, these EPG neurons, because they connect equally numbered segments of the protocerebral bridge to a single slice of the ellipsoid body. We can redraw this as a graph by arranging the 3 types of neurons in 3 concentric circles and connecting them with arrows to represent synapses. The second type of neurons, the PEN neurons, connect its protocerebral bridge segment to a slice shifted to the left or to the right. We can also add these connections to our graph. Finally, the third type of neurons, the PEG neurons, connect again equally numbered segments of the protocerebral bridge to single slices of the ellipsoid body. We can also collapse these pairs of neurons into one equivalent neural connection in the graph. This is the connectivity pattern we get for the first set of neurons. We can do the same for the next set of neurons, and we get again the same pattern. If we keep following the neurons all around the protocerebral bridge and the ellipsoid body, we get this effective circuit. We observe that the effective circuit of the fruit fly has an 8-fold radial symmetry. Next, let's do the same for the locust. Here, the protocerebral bridge has 8 segments in its hemisphere, and the ellipsoid body is not a circle anymore. It's a linear structure organized into columns. There are again 3 types of neurons. The EPG neurons now follow this pattern, with each pair innervating 2 neighboring columns of the ellipsoid body. This is their connectivity if we redraw them as a graph. The PN neurons innervate two neighboring columns in the ellipsoid body without a gap between them now. And the PEG neurons follow this pattern, and this is the connectivity we get for the first set of neurons. We can do the same for the rest of the neurons around the circuit until we get at this point. What is not obvious here is whether the ring would close between the branches 1 and 8. In the fruit fly, the ellipsoid body had a circular shape, which was a telltale sign that the circuit must be a ring, and it was. In the locust, the ellipsoid body is a linear structure. Its two ends are separated. It is therefore not clear if the underlying circuit is a ring or not. It turns out that an anatomical peculiarity that exists in the locust, but not in the fruit fly, is important for the result. Unlike all other EPG neurons that have terminals narrowly confined in single segments of the protocerebral bridge, the EPG neurons that innervate the middle portion of the protocerebral bridge are actually not confined in single segments, but also innervate one of the neighboring segments in the other hemisphere. If we add these connections to our graph, we realize that these peculiar middle neurons actually close the ring. It becomes apparent from this graph representation that the locust circuit also has an eightfold radial structure. If we place the effective circuits of the two species side by side, we observe that they have a similar structure. Regardless of the anatomical differences, the essential structure of the circuit has been preserved. I should mention that at the top of is the inhibitory part, and at the bottom is the excitatory part of the circuits. They are connected, but I have drawn them separately here for simplicity. There are three differences between the two circuits. The fruit fly has a global inhibition pattern, while the locust has a local inhibition pattern. As we saw, both circuits form closed rings, but using two very different solutions. The one is anatomically a ring, while the other has neurons that innervate specific neighboring segments in order to close the ring. The third difference is that the locust circuit has an extra reciprocal connection between the green and the yellow neurons. These reciprocal connections do not exist in the fruit fly. We also observe the presence of the red neurons. These neurons form local feedback loops around the ring in both species. At this point, we have derived the underlying structure of the circuit at the single neuron level. Now we want to study its function. By using simulations, we found that with appropriate selection of the synaptic weights, both circuits can function as ring attractors. Neural activity will form a bump around the ring and will be maintained there even without stimulus. The question now is, what is the functional effect of this difference between the circuits we found in the two species? First, we will investigate how fast its ring attractor circuit can update its heading when the animal turns. This will inform us about the fastest animal rotation that its circuit can track. This is the experimental setup. We simulate an insect turning in respect to its visual surroundings, and we are looking in the response dynamics of the ring attractor circuit. We want to see how the circuit responds to changes of the animal's heading. There are two types of information insects might use to update the ring attractor. The first one is visual cues that are mapped retinotopically around the ring. If, for example, the fruit fly faces in one direction, neurons in this branch of the ring will be stimulated, moving the activity bump there. If the fly turns, in respect to its visual surroundings, neurons at another branch will be stimulated, moving the activity bump to that location. Another situation is when the insect moves in darkness. When the fruit fly moves in darkness, it cannot see the visual cues, but it can still use angular velocity information to update its ring attractor heading. In what follows, I'm going to be talking about the first type of stimulus, when the animal can actually see its surroundings. If we plot the location of the activity bump around the ring attractor as angular heading, we get this kind of picture. On the horizontal axis is time, and the vertical axis is the heading of the activity bump around the ring attractor. The ring attractor starts with the activity bump at an initial heading, and then at time t, we provide a stimulus at a new heading, as if the animal suddenly turned. We want to measure how long it takes for the activity bump to move to this new heading. This measurement will tell us how fast the circuit can track rotations of the animal. We run simulations using spiking network models of the two ring attractors. This plot shows that the fruit fly circuit takes significantly less time to transition between headings. Therefore, the fruit fly circuit can track faster changes of the animal's heading. This is shown here for different amounts of angular change. It turns out that the difference in transition time is due to the inhibition pattern, global versus local. Remember that the difference in the inhibition pattern is due to the distribution of the dendritic terminals along the inhibitory neurons. This difference in response time is ecologically relevant because fruit flies are known to perform very fast body turns, while locusts are not. A faster response of the ring attractor circuit allows it to keep track of faster turns of the animal. Another aspect of a ring attractor is its stability characteristics. We want to see how well its circuit can maintain its heading. The stability criterion we use is that for a ring attractor heading to be considered stable, it should remain within boundaries for a certain amount of time. When the synaptic weights are properly tuned, both the fruit fly and the locust ring attractors can maintain a stable heading. But if the synaptic weights deviate from their tuned values, we see that their stability deteriorates, with the locust model being more tolerant to such variations of synaptic weights than the fruit fly model. So the locust model is more tolerant to this kind of fluctuations. The locust model is also more tolerant to variations in the membrane properties of the neurons, as we can see here. It turns out that the increased tolerance of the locust to variations of synaptic weights and membrane properties is due to the extra connections between the PN and the EPG neurons. These are the green and the yellow neurons. As I mentioned earlier, these reciprocal connections exist only in the locust, and they are the result of a difference in the projection pattern of the PN neurons between the two species, as you see here. This difference is again ecologically relevant because locusts are a migratory species. And if you want to travel over long distances, it is advantageous to be able to maintain a stable heading. Now we're going to look into the effect of the PEG neurons, the red ones. These neurons exist in both species and form local feedback loops around the rings. If we remove these neurons, then both models become more sensitive to synaptic weight tuning. Therefore, these neurons improve the stability of the ring attractor in both species by operating as local feedback loops. As you can see here for the fruit fly and the locust. Until this point, we examined the circuit function when stimulated with artificial sudden changes of heading. Now we're going to see the performance of the two circuits when tracking the heading of a real fruit fly during its flight. This is the recording of a real fruit fly flying in a cylindrical environment. In these plots, the gray lines show the actual animal heading and the colored lines the heading encoded by the two ring attractors. During fast turns, both ring attractors lag behind the actual heading, but they catch up as soon as the animal slows down. It's not easy to see the difference in performance between the two ring attractors from these plots, though, so I have plotted here their difference. The red area is the difference between the headings of the two circuits. Both circuits receive the same stimulus, but the locus, which is slower, lags further behind, especially when the animal performs fast turns. But then it is able to catch up during the slower portions of the flight because the available visual stimulus keeps updating the ring attractor to the correct heading. But what happens if the lights are turned off? If we instead turn off the visual stimuli, as if the animal moves in darkness, then it can only use angular velocity to update the ring attractor. This is the second type of stimulus I talked about earlier. In this case, the ring attractor does not receive visual input that would allow it to correct its heading during the slow portions of the flight. Instead, the activity bump location is updated by integrating angular velocity, and therefore it accumulates error over time. Since the locust circuit lags further behind, it accumulates more heading error. So the response speed of the ring attractor is even more important when the animal moves in darkness. In conclusion, we saw that the core structure of the head direction circuit has been conserved over a long period of evolution, while acquiring adaptations that accommodate the particular ecological needs of each species. We also saw that even seemingly small anatomical differences have a significant effect on the ability of the two circuits to track fast rotational motion and maintain a stable heading. Analyzing the underlying circuits allowed us to identify the circuit elements that are responsible for these differences. Our findings highlight the importance of a comparative approach in neuroscience that can allow us to understand the significance of evolutionary adaptations and to derive the principles of the neuronal implementation of brains. Studying the principles of the neuronal implementation of brain circuits can guide the development of new theoretical models and can even help us in building better artificial agents, such as robots. If you're interested, you can find more details in our paper, which was published this month. Thank you very much for your attention. I would like to thank my PhD advisors, Barbara Webb and Stanley Haynes, and my funders for supporting this research. I look forward to answering your questions.
I'll be your single applauser. Thank you, Yanni.
Thank you.
So we do have a few questions. I will unfocus your talk if that's okay, and invite our askers on screen so they can ask their questions. And first we'll get Thomas Novotny. Can you see his question, Yanni?
Just a moment. Okay, please.
There we go.
I'm trying to move my mouse. Okay, yes.
Right. Am I on? Yeah. All right.
You are.
A quick question about the difference between the circuits. I mean, you explained to us how this overlap region in the middle of the protocerebral bridge would help the locus to close the circle on its ring attractor. But noticeably, there was a difference in connectivity at that edge point. Does it make a difference?
You mean there was a difference in connectivity?
The resulting ring had a 1 and 8.
Yes, yes,
How they
yes.
complete the ring.
Connectivity,
Yes,
right?
you're right. Very good. Yes. If you adjust the synaptic weights properly, the bump can move through. So you can make it equivalent. Yes. It's a little bit weird, but essentially the activity goes. Can you see my mouse there? I cannot see myself anymore. It's okay.
No,
Yes.
I can't. We can't see
Essentially,
your screen.
essentially, you can do it so it is working equivalently. Just it goes to another neuron instead of going directly from the one to the other.
So
Yeah,
just-
it was not obvious in the beginning. The beginning.
Okay, thank you.
Very good question, though. Yeah, very good. Thanks.
All right. So we have another, I should have marked that answered. We have another question from Wouterkiln. I'm sure I have slayed his name.
Walter Klein.
Thank you, Thomas. So we've invited him on screen. I can't. Oh, I probably need to kill Thomas.
Hello, good afternoon or good evening, wherever you are.
Good evening.
It's a very simple question. You showed a lot of very interesting and fascinating patterns and tableaus of connectivities. Are these for single neurons, or is there redundancies, or is this for groups of neurons?
These are single neurons.
Single neurons.
Yes. For every neuron I saw you, there are between 2 and 4, depending on the type of neuron. But yeah, it's single neurons. Yes.
So if one of the neurons were to die, that direction cannot be tracked anymore?
Okay, there are between 2 and 4 neurons of the ones I saw you. So yeah, if one dies, I guess the circuit will continue working, but it will not be probably the synaptic strength will be a little bit different there.
Okay, thank you. That was the question.
There is a redundancy, yes. It's good point.
All right. Our next question is from Dory. I will invite her on screen.
Hello.
Hello.
Thanks very much for your talk. That was really interesting. I was just wondering, kind of related to the last question about sort of the number of neurons. Does this have any effect on the sort of resolution, the radio resolution with which they can sort of detect their direction?
Yes. If you consider, if you don't have stimulus, or if you have stimulus, then you can push the bump anywhere you want, right? So you can consider it as a population code, so the bump can be continuously anywhere around the ring. Mm-hmm. If you remove stimulus, so darkness, then the bump tends to end in one of the balancing points. So it will be one of the branches or exactly in between, most likely one of the 8 branches. So you have a resolution of 45 degrees there. Now, interestingly enough, what you ask is related to something else. From recent data that came after we submitted this paper the last few months, what happens is that from EM data, electron microscopy data, we see that there are interconnections even between the ellipsoid body, between neurons. If these are used, then you would potentially, we don't know, but you might be able to actually increase the resolution. Instead of having one-to-one connection, you might have little connections in between. So you might be able to have higher resolution, but we haven't looked into that. I don't really know.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, the interesting if you have an insect and if you see if you can push it to go in a specific direction and if it will return back to whatever is one of the 8 directions, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
But things are so noisy, behavior is so noisy that I guess it would be difficult really to see that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you, Dory. And I think we have a final question from Martin.
I can see I have personal messages in the chat. Somebody says hi. I don't know. Yeah, I can answer actually. Hi, you can. I do anyway. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, good. So did I understand correctly that this ring attractor circuit also gets input on the angular velocity, which then helps to maintain the heading in darkness? Yes. And so then my question is, as you know, in the Fly, there is the Haltier circuit, which gives very good information on the angular velocity during these fast yaw saccades, right? Which is where you saw the most difference between the Locust and the Fly in your modeling. So I was wondering, is it known if this ring circuit receives actually input from the Haltier circuit, so it actually gets more precise information on the angular velocity than in the case of the Locust?
As far from the literature I'm aware of, there have been several attempts to see where they get the angular velocity from. Well, certainly it is. Certainly, the central complex gets various information from various modalities, right? Now, whether Haltiers are the ones providing the angular velocity, I don't remember really.
Probably it would not be the only input, but it would be a very...
Yeah, I think I read some, yeah. It must be, right? Because it's an important sensory modality. I'm sure I read something about it, but I don't remember really. So, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm familiar with this local Haltier circuit, how it influences the wing motion, but not how it influences the...
Yeah, there was a paper where they were trying to cut them off and see what happens, I think, to eliminate where the source comes, but I don't remember what was the... Yeah, I should look it up again.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Martin. Yanni, I do have one more question for you, if you don't mind. Tell me, when you varied synaptic strength in the model and you looked at robustness to changes in that, which synapses were you changing? Can you tell me about that?
There were two experiments there. The one was I was changing the synaptic strength randomly, so all synapses in all the network.
All the excitatory or inhibitory or which?
Yeah. And there is another experiment where we tried to see how much imbalance it takes. So if you damage half of the brain, how tolerant it is, right, for increasing amount of change in one hemisphere essentially when it breaks. So there are two types of synaptic changes there.
Okay.
There was the first graph, I think, the first graph I saw you was the random change of all synapses. The second graph was trying to change one hemisphere only.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Thanks.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much for your contributed talk at this point.
Thank you.
I think at this point I will, if there are no more questions for Yanni, I will close you out and we'll get going with Alicia. It might give me a second to bring her onto screen. So thanks again, Yanni.
Thank you very much for your attention.
All right, I have invited Alicia.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome. I think we're just a minute or two early, but if you'd like to get started, if you can share your screen so I can ensure that works, great.
Sure. Does it work? Everything okay?
Yeah, that looks fantastic. All right, everyone, I think I'll turn it over at this point to Alicia Garrido-Pena, who will tell us about variability in the Lamb-Naïef feeding circuit, or the mixed circuit. All right.
Thank you for the introduction. Yeah, so thank you everybody for attending this session. I'm Alicia Garrido-Pena, a PhD student in Universidad Autónoma de Madrid, and yes, I'm going to talk to you about our experimental and computational study in the characterization of interval variability in the sequential activity of the Lamb-Naïef feeding CPG. So first I'm going to So, a brief introduction into central pattern generators, CPGs, and the concept of dynamical invariants, which have been recently found in these circuits. And then I'll describe the feeding CPG in Limnea and our experimental and computational approach for studying the variability in its sequences. So central pattern generators are neural circuits generating robust sequences of neural activity, and this neural activity generates and controls motor rhythms in an autonomous manner. So these circuits are present in many systems, from vertebrates to invertebrates, and these last ones are usually used to study them since they are usually simple and also more accessible. So some example of the motor rhythm they generate can be found in heart beating or in some walking patterns. And the rhythm they generate is they are flexible enough to adapt the rhythm to changes in their context. So the central pattern generators we are going to study here are non-open topologies, which means that all the neurons in the circuit are connected to at least one other neuron, as you can see in this diagram on the right. And the reading they generate is based on mutual inhibition. As you can see in this video, the three neurons here present in these three colors alternate their bursting activity, inhibiting each other. So the temporal sequences that are generated here are maintained cycle by cycle. So in one of these circuits, specifically in the pyloric CPE, in Carcinus magnum, there have been recently found dynamical invariants by Elises in 2019, Elises and colleagues. And this concept of dynamical invariants are specific intervals within the sequence that are highly correlated cycle by cycle. Here you can see in this video how during the sequences, these two intervals are highly correlated to this period here. And in this experimental study, they show how this phenomena is consistent even under high variability-induced situations with ethanol. So another example of a feeding CPG is the Limnea, in the Limnea stagnalis, which is a pond snail, which you can see here. And in this CPG, a triphasic rhythm is generated with three neurons associated to each phase. First, the mouth opens, the lips. The radula catch the food, and then in the swallow, the food is pushed through the esophagus. So they are associated to these three main neurons, N1, N2V, and N3T. So we are going to study the presence of dynamical invariants we're going to see here the study of the presence of dynamical invariants in this feeding CPE. Not only in an experimental study, but also with a computational approach. So for the experimental approach, we've followed electrophysiology techniques, specifically intracellular recording techniques in the buccal ganglia that you can see here, where motor neurons and interneurons in the system are here distributed. You can appreciate them here. And interneurons are the ones generating the rhythm in the CPG. Motor neurons are the ones following this CPG activity and generating the actual move in the motor movement. So there are some other important neurons related to this CPG, which has a modulatory role, as it can be this SO, which can be found in this diagram of the buccal ganglia. And also some neurons in the cerebral ganglia. So in the Limnea literature, there is a study by Elliott and Andrew where they study the temporal variability cycle by cycle. And here we have some of the results with a spontaneous feeding activity where they represent the duration of each phase, which for them is like the interval of each burst duration representing these 3 neurons, and we can appreciate how in the correlation with the period, there's a high correlation when for the N3 case. In this study, they also show how it is possible to induce feeding rhythm by stimulating N1M neuron and SO. So for our experimental approach, we are trying to reproduce these results, doing a wider study. And for that purpose, we've taken these 2 intracellular recordings of 2 motor neurons, which we have here in 2 colors. And for one of the neurons, we've differentiated between two different frequencies of spiking. Here is a faster spiking, and here is a slower spiking, in order to have the 3 main phases of the CPE activity. So for studying these sequences, we've defined the same temporal events that were defined in the pyloric CPG study. Our reference events are the first and last spike of each burst, and in combination of these 2 events, we can define different intervals. On the one hand, here we have the burst duration intervals, shown for 3 different examples in neurons, and it goes from the first spike in a burst to the last spike in that same burst. And on the other hand, we have the period, which goes from the first spike in one burst to the next first spike in the same neuron. When combining these temporal references with between 2 neurons, we can define some derived intervals. As here, for example, from the N2 to the from the N2 and first to the N2, we can define derived intervals from the first spike of the N1 to the first spike to the N2. In the same line, we can define the delays, derived intervals, that go from the last spike in a burst from one neuron to the first spike of a burst in another neuron. So making all possible combinations, we obtain all these intervals. And it is interesting to study all these intervals and not only some, for example, the burst duration, since these intervals give us wider information about the sequences during cycle by cycle. For example, here you can see N3 and 2 interval covers not only the N3 burst duration, but also N1 burst duration. So with analyzing all these intervals, we can see here in this box plot the variability distribution of all of them. Here in orange we have the period, and then we can see here how there are some intervals that present high variability, and they are all related to the N3 burst duration. As you can see, if you remember here, the N3 N2 interval, which covered N1 and N2, is one of the most variable ones, and they all have a similar distribution between each other. And yeah, when we observe the correlation of each one of them, represented in the y-axis against the period for each case, we can see how there are some intervals that are highly correlated to the period. And we can appreciate that also in the R-squared value, which all of the most variable ones are the ones presenting a higher value here. And it is important to notice how there are some of the intervals that they have no relation with the period. So this means that the variability in these sequences, shown here cycle by cycle, are constrained in these dynamical invariants that we can see. So for the computational approach, we've used conductance-based models, Hodgkin-Hashley type, since they reproduce precise waveforms and synapses. So the biggest difficulty we find when working with these conductance-based models is that they don't usually have enough variability to study the dynamical invariance. We've used here the definition of the fitting CPE model by Baboulis in college in 2007, where they define the main 3 neurons in the CPE that we have already seen, as well as a 4th neuron, which has a modulatory role. So here you can appreciate how the characteristic waveforms for each one of the neurons. And this is possible thanks to their definition with 2 compartments where they are differentiating between the slow dynamics in the soma and the fast dynamic in the axon, where the spiking the spiking activity, for example, can be modulated. So here in the soma, we can find that there are 3 ionic channels that are related to each one of the 3 neurons here. And this specific ionic channel generates this concrete and characteristic waveform for each one of the neurons. In the case of N1M, it provides it with this slow depolarization activity, as well as the plateau burst effect at the end of the burst. For the N2V neuron, we can see the low amplitude spikes that are generated thanks to its ionic channel. And finally, for the N3T neuron, we have this post-inhibitory rebound, also thanks to this its specific channel. So in combination of these specific waveforms and the gradual synapse they have that is affected by the presynaptic neuron voltage, we have these nice circuits. So even though this model does not have does not produce like intrinsic variability, it is possible to induce it by changing the injected current to each neuron. So we define a ramp simulation protocol where we increase gradually the injected current to one of the neurons. Here in this example, you can see the effect on when applying this current to N3T. So we've done these simulations, injected current in N1M, SO, and N3. N1M and SO since following the results of Elliott and Andrew, and also in this same paper of Baboulis. So if any one of you is interested in using this code, it's available in our GitHub, GMB, so CPE, fitting, Linnea. The link is available in my profile in Sched. And feel free to use it and ask us and contact us if you have any question. So for these simulations, we've analyzed the same intervals, and we have here a preview of how does this affect, like how the circuit evolves and its sequences. And we have an example of 3 of the intervals here and how they maintain their correlation with the period even under the changes in the variability sequence, like cycle by cycle. So when we observe the variability distribution for these 2 simulations, when the current is injected to N1 and the current injected to N3, we see that the distribution is, variability distribution for each interval is pretty similar. And once again, we have all the most variable ones are the ones related to N3, and other intervals that cover this activity. And however, when we observe the case when simulating the SO, we can see in comparison to the case when we were simulating in N1 that the distribution has changed, and now we have more intervals presenting high variability, and including the N1 burst duration and some derived intervals. So here we have the correlation with the period for each one of the intervals. in the case of N1. And here we can appreciate how there are some dynamical invariants, as we saw before. Now, when the current ramp is injected into SO, it's interesting to notice that there are now more dynamical invariants. This means that now the variability is not only constrained by these intervals, but also by this bars duration in N1 and the derived intervals. So, during this talk, in conclusion, we've seen that dynamical invariants are rules to coordinate intervals in robust sequential neural activity. And they are present in experimental studies as well as in computational studies when variability is induced by stimulation. Apart from that, they have been found in two systems, here in the Limnea stagnalis and also in the Carcinus, the pyloric CPG. We have some different results and some different dynamical invariants depending on the neuron simulated, which can be a result of the adaptation of the rhythm and the sequences to the context. So these results point out to the universality of this phenomena in robust neural sequences. So thank you. I wanted to thank my research group, GMB, and also especially the people involved in this project, Irene Lice, Rafael Levy, my pastor Pablo Balona, Francisco Boja, and also Manuel Reyes and Rodrigo Maducci for their help with these nice videos. So thank you all.
Thank you, Alicia, for a wonderful talk. And congratulations on some great work.
Thank you.
I will now close out your screen, and that brings just two of us, and I will invite some questions on screen, first from Astrid.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can, Astrid.
Okay, yeah, my question is very simple. I was looking at the experimental data on slides, I think it was 12 and 13, and I was wondering, are they just from one animal, or is this including data from multiple animals?
It's just from, thank you for your question. It's only for one same animal from the intracellular recordings. So, but they are all the intervals that can be defined in those recordings from the CPG activity.
Okay, and since I have the floor right now, can I ask another question that I didn't type in? Am I understanding this correctly? If you took your model and you were not to inject any stimulation current, but you would just let it run, there would basically be zero variability. It would be a rock solid period that would repeat over and over without any variability.
Yes,
and
that's correct.
In contrast, when you look at the experimental data, if you just record from the CPG, from the experimental CPG, and also don't inject anything, you will get variability, and each period will be slightly different. So I'm wondering if what you call variability that you get in the model by injecting currents, whether that's really the same kind of variability that you see in the experimental preparation, right? Because you're basically forcing the period to change by injecting current, whereas in the experimental preparation, it will automatically have some amount of variability. So have you thought about what are potential differences, and especially, of course, in terms of mechanism?
Yeah, the point with this model is that when you induce like when you inject current, for example in N1, the N1 bars duration is not the one changing, but it has the capacity to adapt to to the changes in one other neuron. So it's a phenomenon of the combination of the synapses connection, the variability we induced, and the waveforms. Also, for that purpose, we did this ramp stimulation, and we leave some time for the neuron to adapt and the circuit to adapt to this new value. So it's not an effect that we produce like changing the ramp. Yeah, and also in the experimental recordings in the study by Elliot and Andrew, they show some similar results when they were actually stimulating these two neurons.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Astrid. I think I'll bring up Patricia, who has a similar question about the noise induced by the ramp current. So hopefully he'll be here in a second.
Right. Yes, here I am. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yes.
Okay, maybe my question is very highly related to the last question of Astrid, because I think it appears that your simulations are highly undeterministic. You're not introducing any noise into any stochasticity. So maybe the answer for Astrid's question may be introduce either a noisy current or simulating ion channel stochasticity. Have you thought about that?
Yeah, we've tried to add some noise to in other models in order to induce variability to study these dynamical invariants, but usually the variability they produce is not enough to see this effect. So it would be interesting to see it with noise, these same simulations, but the activity should remain based on this current injection.
Mm-hmm. Okay, maybe with channel noise you will get another different.
Yeah,
we can talk later.
It's a good.
We'll try to contact you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. Our next question will invite Diego Becerra on screen. It's a question about Linnaeus feeding circuits. I don't seem to be able to invite Diego. Just close. Diego would like to know if there's only one CPG control feedings in Limnea.
Yes, there are more CPGs in the Linnea system, but for the feedings, there's one CPG. Many neurons involved, since this is a distributed system, but the CPG itself, it's just one.
Just one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. And our last question will invite Thomas back. He wants to know about staircases.
Okay, hi, me again.
Hi.
I have a question. I noticed in your plots from the model, and you plotted the duration of burst against the period of the oscillations. You get these staircases where it seems the burst durations kind of jump from being some constant value and then jump up and being some other constant value. Do you know what the effect in that is?
Yeah, we've noticed that also, and we've tried with a smoother ramp to see if it was our injection or not, and it seems like it is due to the synapse they have between them, because when injecting current in the N1M, the effect is as a longer depolarization. So the N3 can adapt its bars. So it seems like the synapses that is defined in this model has this effect of changing the capacity.
Okay, and then the jump happens from that is when there's an extra spike in the burst.
Sorry, I cannot hear you properly.
Then the actual jump happens in between these kind of flat periods. That's when you have an extra spike in the burst, I suppose. So,
An extra, sorry?
spike in the burst.
Can't hear you.
Yes, yes. It seems, yeah, it seems like it is because of the duration in the third one.
Thank
I
you.
don't know if that's okay. Thank you.
Alicia, I have one question I'll ask in case I'm allowed. So your models actually give you an opportunity to kind of determine which of those ionic currents control the invariance. Do you have any, and I would bet that would be a great next step, but do you have any insight into which of those currents might be responsible for the invariance?
I don't know if I understand your question, like the current.
You have, for the acetylcholine current, the T current, the
Yes.
sodium L current.
Okay. Mm-hmm. So which one? I think we think it's a combination of all of them, as well as the synaptic input, like the synapse and the type of connection they have between them. Mm-hmm. Since, for example, when in the third neuron, this post-inhibitory rebound it had, it's the one that allows, like, stops, and he invites the N1, and it sends to this slow spike it has at the end that it can adapt the N1, but that wouldn't be possible if the connection between them wasn't that the one it is. So it's a combination of all of them. It's not that just one specific channel is the one generating everything.
Of course. Seems like a ripe opportunity there.
Yeah.
You've got. All right. Thank you, Alicia.
Thank you.
And I'd like to thank everyone for attending our last session. As a reminder, this is your opportunity to take a bio break at this point, to grab some food, whatever it is you need in your time zone. And we will be back at in about 15 minutes, whatever time zone it is, wherever you are. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So, hello everyone. Welcome to this session on structural and functional connectivity, in which we will have 3 speakers. And just to remind you how this works, that you can ask a question at the bottom where there's Ask a Question button, and you can also upvote those questions, and the questions that have the most votes, I will ask them to the speakers in the end. And so without further ado, I will invite the first speaker on screen, who is Stuart Oldham. And he will talk about a spatial developmental generative model of human brain structural connectivity. He is connecting at the moment.
Am I here?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. Would you like to start your presentation?
Certainly. Just give me 1 second. Okay. Hopefully it should be sharing my screen now.
Yes, I see it.
Awesome. Well, I'm ready to start whenever.
Yes, take it away.
All right, well, thank you everyone for coming along, or wherever you are in the world. So today I'm going to be presenting on some of my PhD work, which looks at developing generative models of human brain structural connectivity. So as I'm sure we're all probably well aware, the human brain is very complex. It has some 100 billion neurons and some 100 trillion synapses. And the way in which these are all connected, it allows us to have our cognition, our behavior, our consciousness. So the way they are connected and the manner in which they come to be connected is something really important to understand. So for me, I primarily investigate whole brain macroscale structural connectivity. This type of connectivity refers to the white matter pathways that connect different regions of the brain. We can understand this connectivity by representing it as a network of nodes and edges. So for humans, we primarily construct this network from MRI data. So one of the modalities we use is diffusion-weighted imaging. Now, diffusion-weighted imaging is sensitive to the diffusion of water. Water diffuses parallel to barriers, and in the brain's white matter, this barrier primarily consists of axons, and from this we can infer the direction of white matter pathways. We run a process known as tractography, which follows these directions of diffusion, indicated by these yellow ellipsoids here, which are called tensors, and this produces a streamline which acts as a potential white matter pathway. And basically what we do is we generate millions of these streamlines to give us complete coverage of the entire brain, and this is known as a tractogram. And we can combine this tractogram with a parcellation. So in the parcellation, we divide up the brain into different regions according to either like their Sokal-Lagarai features, their psychoarchitecture, some kind of functional network, or you can even do it randomly. There's a number of ways you can do it. And then to create a network, what we do is we combine the tractogram and this parcellation together. So we take the regions of our parcellation and they become the nodes of our network. Then we assess whether the corresponding regions in the network, in the parcellation, if there's streamlines connecting them. And if there are, we can form an edge between those. And so from this, we can construct a network. And once we have our structural connectivity represented in this way, we can ask questions about its organization. So for instance, we can ask how are particular elements in it arranged? What kind of topological properties does it have? And we in network neuroscience are very good at describing all these different kinds of topological properties. So for instance, we've got node degree, where a node's degree is how many connections it has. In particular, we're interested in these nodes with a high number of connections, which are known as hubs, and so they are very important to overall brain functioning. We can also have other properties like community structure, where you tend to have groups of nodes that are very densely connected amongst themselves. So as I said, we're very good at describing how all these different features, but we're becoming interested in wanting to know, how does the brain actually form these particular features? And more broadly, how does the brain's particular pattern of connectivity emerge? Well, to do this, this is a really age-old question. So it's really been asked since sort of the beginning of neuroscience with Santiago Ramon y Chiao. And he, from his observations of the microscope, came up with these 3 laws of conservation. It's laws of conservation of time, space, and material. So neurons are sort of arranged to conserve, basically minimize the amount of transmission time signals take, the amount of space they take up, and the amount of material they use. Now these ideas sort of suggest that there are some sort of wiring costs to how connections are formed. So how does this translate to a network neuroscience approach? Well, we can clearly see this wiring cost when we look at the connection probability as a function of distance in different brains. So here we're looking at the mouse, macaque, and human. And as we look at the distance between 2 regions and we assess how many connections of that distance are there, we see this characteristic exponential decay, which suggests that that wiring costs have some kind of key constraint on how these systems are forming. But how can we go further? Well, we can use what are known as generative models. So a generative model basically ties to generate a network according to a rule. In this case, the rule is saying that the probability of a connection forming between nodes I and j depends on some exponent of the distance between them. And this exponent is influenced by this eta parameter, which is typically modeled as a decay, for the reasons I just showed. And so under this model, so you've got an eta of negative 0.4. And if we generate a network under this, we get mostly short-range connections, but some long-range connections. As we increase the strength of this decay, we get more and more short-range connections. And as we reduce the strength of this decay, we get more and more long-range connections. And so you can see there's a huge wide variety of different networks that we can get by changing these parameters. But how do we know if this model can give us a network that most closely resembles our empirical data. Well, to do that, we need to compare our model and our data. And typically we do this by, we take some of those topological properties I was talking about before, and we measure them as a histogram, and we measure their distributions. We can then convert these distributions to a cumulative distribution function. And basically what we're doing is we're looking for the maximal difference across these different properties. In other words, this is basically a Kolmogorov-Smirnov test. And so we look at this maximal difference amongst our different properties, and that becomes an indication of our model fit. And then we use some sort of optimization scheme where we searched all these different parameters, evaluating their fits with the aim of trying to identify some parameters that indicate that give us a network with the best possible fit. Now, these sort of networks that are just attempting to model distance have sort of been superseded. They've been shown that basically trying to minimize or wiring costs is not how networks are formed. Instead, we need these so-called trade-offs models where distance is weighted against the functional value. And this functional value is usually proxied by some topological form. So for instance, this topological value could be, the product of the 2 degrees of 2 nodes multiplied by the distance between them. That gives you the probability. So we see over here in purple this geometric model, which is similar to what I was just showing you before, is the worst performing model of all of these. And the best performing ones are these so-called homophily models. And these homophily models are trying to make it so that nodes with similar neighbors are more likely to become connected. And so this is sort of where this field is sort of at. But there's a number of issues that sort of need to be resolved. The first is in how these models are formulated. So I just showed you that these trade-offs models were formulated as the multiplication of terms. There's an issue with the multiplication of these terms. So for instance, as we increase this topological value, and so what happens is that the effects are not evenly distributed across distance. So basically short-range connections will be more benefited by increasing topology values than long-range connections. And this is something which ideally we understand this model as basically the topological value should be able to overcome distance effects. And here we're not really seeing that play out in this multiplicative form. It's also difficult to interpret the parameters in this model. So we change it to an additive formulation. So now we have this alpha parameter, which is basically adding as a trade-off, controlling how much influence the topological term has. And under this formulation, we can see that the effects of topology can now be more evenly distributed across distance. So the next issue is developmental processes. So currently these models, the only physical data or biophysical data we're taking in is the actual distance between nodes. But we know that when connections are forming, the brain is growing in both size and changing in shape significantly. And as we've just seen, that distance is a really critical factor in shaping the connectivity of brains. Therefore, if it's changing over time, that's probably really important. So to model this, we obtained scans of fetuses while in the room from 21 weeks all the way up to 38 weeks, which is really good because this is the period when most connections are forming. And basically what we want to do is we want to measure how these distances between nodes are changing over time. So basically we need to know where a region is across all these time points. And to do this, we use an algorithm known as multimodal surface matching. Basically the way this works is you take 2 brains and you project some feature onto them. In this case, we're calculating the so-called depth. And you project these surfaces to a sphere. And then what the MSM algorithm tries to do is basically align the features of one sphere to those on the other. So basically, you know where one part of the sphere would be on the other, and conversely, you can know where what part of one brain would be on another brain. And this is handy because we have our parcellation data on the adult surface. So what we can do is then we can project that to each of those time points, and so we can see how basically where those regions are throughout development and correspondingly measure how the distances between those regions is changing. So the next issue we sought to address was cross-validating model fit and to deal with sort of the issue of overfitting. One issue with the previous approach is it's optimized only on a single network. This is problematic for one reason, because some models have different parameters than others. So for instance, the spatial model, that geometric model, only has 1 free parameter, while all those topological models have 2 free parameters. So potentially there could be overfitting done by these topological models. So to get around this, we do a cross-validation procedure where we run the optimization for each individual participant. We identify the best parameters. We then take all those best parameters for every other participant bar one, and then we generate a network with those parameters and fit them to that left out participant's network. And so this gives us a lot of model fits, and we repeat this procedure 100 times, and then we mean across all these iterations, and then we mean again to basically get a cross-validated fit for each individual participant. And this value is what I'll probably be referring to going forward. The final issue also concerns about the evaluation. So currently most of these models are just simply evaluated by seeing how well they replicate the distributions of topological properties. But we know in these neurological networks that these topological properties are spatially embedded, and that spatial positioning matters. So for instance, here I'm showing node degree, and these dark red areas are the hub nodes. And we know that the positioning of these hub nodes is really important. However, we don't know how well these generative models replicate the spatial distribution of hubs. So this was something we further sought out to see. So then, just to quickly recap, we were aiming to compare additive versus multiplicative models and growth versus the static models. So in a growth, we're basically starting at the earliest time point, measuring those distances, generating some connections. Then we're using connections, the distances from the next time point, generating more connections and continuing on and on until we get to the adult size. And under the static model, we're only using the adult distances. So we run the model on each participant, optimizing, finding the best parameters, do our cross-validation and to evaluate model performance, and then we correlate the degree of each of the models of the model networks to the degree of the corresponding empirical network to see how well it replicates the spatial distribution. So our first result is looking at this additive versus multiplicative formulations. And what we can see here is that the best additive formulations outperform all the best multiplicative formulations. So these models in green, these matching in neighbors models are the best. And this matches with what previous results have shown as well. And so this sort of is encouraging because it's just that our formulation is doing what it's supposed to. It's being better able to generate those long-range connections and therefore produce better fits than these other models. So that's good, that's encouraging. When we look at how well we're doing in our static versus growth case, we see that it's not so good. We see that there's really not much differentiation here. What we're seeing is that static and growth cases are basically producing very similar fits. And why is this? Well, if we look at the eta parameters of these models, we sort of see why. That for these growth models, the eta parameter is producing a much stronger decay. And this makes sense. So basically, this stronger decay is counteracting the fact that, for the most part, the distances between nodes in this growth model is smaller. So the model is sort of counteracting that effect of growth. And so as a quick summary of this shown, we're seeing that basically additive models are outperforming multiplicative, but static and growth are performing very similar. And so that's based on model fits, so fitting those distributions. What about if we look at how well it's capturing the spatial distribution of nodes? So to do this, we took the best performing network for each participant, and we calculated its degree and correlated that with the corresponding empirical degree. And what we see is that these best performing models are doing a very poor job of capturing the spatial positioning of nodal degree, either averaging close to zero and even slightly negative. But potentially in our entire parameter space, there might be networks which are producing better correlations. And indeed there are, but they are few and far between. And they're not that much of an improvement. So usually we're hovering around 0.4. Our best network we're ever getting is only producing correlation of 0.57, and I'm showing that here. And even you can see from this that it's still not producing an especially good fit. So you can see that in the empirical network, there are clear hubs, those dark red regions, while in this best network with the highest correlation, you can't see really real clear hubs emerging. So that's a real problem for these networks. So there are, I guess, subtleties to my results, which I'll quickly unpack. So the first thing to note is that additive model formulation can improve fits. We also see that growth models do not do better than our simple static models at replicating the statistical topological features of the brain. And this is because that beta parameter has counteracted that. And also, probably the most crucial thing is that these general models are not reproducing the exact spatial positioning of hubs or nodal degree. And given that we're trying to say that these models are doing basically accounting for the mechanisms which generate brain networks, the fact that they can't generate this crucial property is problematic. So where to next? How can we address this? Well, the first thing we can do is we can look at this idea of heterochronicity, so differences in the timing of connections. So this is work really pioneered by Alexander Gulas, and he has showed that basically if some regions start forming connections better than others, you get better fits on a variety of topological properties to a bunch of different empirical networks. So potentially this suggests that this could interact with growth in some way, that some regions might start forming connections in an earlier time point and take advantage of those shorter distances. Another possible avenue we could pursue is work done by my colleague, Irina Anakevachute, who has looked at basically the gene expression of hubs and notes that basically the connections between hub links, which these so-called rich links, have a much stronger gene expression than other areas in the brain. And so this suggests that potentially we could use some kind of genetic constraint into our model to help improve its performance. And so with that, I'd like to end it there. I'd just like to quickly acknowledge my supervisors, Professor Alex Benito, Dr. Ben Fulcher, Dr. Kevin McLeano, and also my collaborators, Dr. Irina Anakevachute and Dr. Rosa Chisagura. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this nice talk. We, in principle, have time for a question or two, but no questions were asked by the public. You can still do this, or otherwise, yeah, I'll ask my questions. So, in principle, the connectivity should be optimized. The resulting connectivity should be optimized. So do you think that even if you might find a nice formulation using such a developmental model, that using different criteria, you could also use a static model and find something very close to the actual network structure? And if so, what kind of criteria would you use, perhaps?
So are you talking sort of like how we're evaluating the model?
I'm talking about that it's the resulting network, the network that results after development, that should be optimized, so that we should also be able to formulate some criteria that describe that optimality somehow and describe the network structure.
So I guess I think that's sort of, so basically we're choosing properties of, we're having our adult network and we're choosing some properties of them, which we're basically trying to get our different networks to optimize. So in this case, we're choosing things like the degree distribution, the edge length distribution. So we're taking that from the actual adult data and we're trying to make both our growth and static models optimize to that. I guess one thing we're sort of interested in doing, but we don't really have the data to do it, is sort of have what we might call like checkpoints. So if we had, a network at 21 weeks, we could assess how well our model is doing at 21 weeks, see if that's reasonably accurate, go to 22 weeks, do the same again in 23 weeks. So that's something that we're thinking about, but again, the data is currently, it's coming, but it's not there.
Okay, yeah, thank you again very much. We have to move on, unfortunately, already. So there were some questions, and I think they can be answered on Neurostars then.
Cool.
And then I would like to invite the next speaker, who is Katharina Glom. Just a second. So I'll invite her on screen. And she will tell us about cortical integration and segregation explained by harmonic modes of functional connectivity.
Yes. Thank you. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Sharing my screen.
Great, I see.
Okay,
Well,
it's working.
yes.
Click to close message.
You can hide maybe the message at the bottom.
Okay. Oh, on my screen. Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Presentation. Okay. Yes. Thank you everyone for joining me here to listen to me talk about how harmonic modes of functional connectivity can explain some aspects of cortical integration and segregation in humans. Okay. So I will first. Oops. Sorry. This shouldn't be so difficult. Okay. So when we talk about integration and segregation, we talk about spatiotemporal patterns. And I would just like to take a little step back and look at what physics actually do to describe spatiotemporal patterns in a very basic manner. So, and again, I'm failing at this. Okay. So one very basic thing that we find in physics is the heat or diffusion equation. And so what we see immediately is that this is a function of space and time, and we have the derivative of time on one side, and we have the second derivative of space on the other side. And the second derivative can also be abbreviated by this mysterious or not so mysterious delta over here. And the two changes in space and time are coupled by this parameter alpha. And what this equation describes is just illustrated down here in one example. So if you have, in this case, I mean, I chose the neurons, but actually it's more for a continuous medium. So like, let's say you inject something at one place in your medium, and then you look at a later point in time, it will have diffused through your medium, and at some point it will just even out and the concentration will be the same everywhere. And that's the kind of thing that this equation describes. Something a little bit more interesting is described by the wave equation. And I don't know if you've ever seen this kind of experiment performed in front of you. If not, you can watch a YouTube video with this, where people hold a rope and they move their hands. And and they form a standing wave with this rope. And the faster they move their hands, the more nodes will also be in this rope. So again, you can see the coupling between space and time. And in this case, you have the second derivative in time. So you actually get standing waves that keep oscillating instead of just something that evens out. Okay. So this mysterious or not so mysterious delta is the so-called Laplace operator or Laplacian. And this is kind of at the heart of the stuff that I'm about to show you. And intuitively, it tells you the difference between a point, what's going on at a point, and the average of its neighbors. So how well can a point be described by the average of its neighbors or not? Okay, so what is this Laplacian? So I already mentioned that in these equations, you can see that the spatial and temporal derivatives are separated like on each side of the equation. And it turns out also, if you want to solve these equations, it involves separating space and time, and then you can kind of solve this independently. And the temporal solutions for this kind of stuff, like the heat equation, is exponential decay. As I already mentioned, like it will just even out. And for the wave equation, which is maybe of more interest here, is something like Fourier series, which we should all be quite familiar with. And now to the part that is most relevant to this talk are the spatial solutions. And you get the spatial solutions, so for example, the shapes of the standing waves in the case of the ropes, from the eigenvectors of the Laplacian. And something important that I'm going to mention here and going to come back to later is that just because they're eigenvectors, they also form an orthonormal basis. Okay, and what these eigenvectors look like will depend on the domain. So the most simple thing, and what we're familiar with, is like a linear, like a one-dimensional circular domain. So that's when we get these sine and cosine waves of different frequencies. But if we have a different domain, for example, here, this also famous example of these 2D metal plates that vibrate, Chladni's plates. Again, you can watch cool videos on YouTube about this. So here you have a metal plate, that's the black stuff, and then you put some sand on that, and these plates are excited with some temporal frequency, and the plates will vibrate, and the sand will settle down in these nodal points that don't move. And you can already see one important feature here. So the higher the frequency with which the temporal frequency is, the more complex these spatial patterns become. And this is something that is, of course, intuitively interesting to the brain. When we look at spherical harmonics, so our domain is now a sphere, then we see that Peter Robinson has already done some really fascinating work on this and has shown that if you project spherical harmonics on the cortex, you can find structures that resemble known networks. All right. So in the work that I'm going to show you now, which I did with Selene Atasoy, who is now at Oxford University, we looked at what these kind of basis functions look like when you don't have something like the circle as your domain, where you have sine and cosine waves, but you have the graph, a graph as a domain. So the speaker just now, and I'm sure you're familiar with this, is this idea of connectomics, where you represent the brain as a graph that has nodes and edges. So here's just an illustration. And what you then get are basis functions that look like some patterns on the cortical surface. So, I mean, you can kind of think of an analogy with these standing waves. Okay, and just to be a bit more specific about what we actually did here, we went with the Human Connectome Project data, and actually what they provide is this connectivity matrix, but it's computed from resting state fMRI, so bold signal from 812 subjects, and then we take the correlation between all pairs of vertices on the cortical surface, and we get this massive functional connectivity matrix, which is an average over these 812 subjects. And yes, we didn't use any parcellation. So here we use really the 60,000 by 60,000 functional connectivity matrix. And in order to actually analyze this and do something with this, we create a sparse binary functional connectivity matrix from this by just choosing the 300 nearest neighbors in each row/column. And as it turns out, even though this is a non-continuous, like a discrete and an extremely irregular domain, it's really very simple to get the graph Laplacian, so the graph version of this continuous Laplacian that I've been talking about, by just using this adjacency matrix and subtracting it from the degree matrix, which just has the number of nearest neighbors in the diagonal. So the result is this is a 60,000 by 60,000 matrix that has -1 where there's a nearest neighbor and zeros everywhere else except in the diagonal. And then we again do this eigen decomposition and we look at the eigenvectors, and these are the basis functions that can be used for this brain graph, let's say. All right, so this is just an overview of what they look like. And I just want to point out, instead of going into like many details here, I just want to point out some basic properties here. So just like with the Fourier series, which we all know with the sine and cosine waves of different frequencies, these are also ordered by frequency. But here it's the graph frequency. So again, it's an irregular domain, so it's maybe not so easy to appreciate. But I think you can see that when you look at the low order ones, so the ones that have low eigenvalues, they have big patches of cortex that have the same color. And then as you go to higher eigenvalues, you get smaller patches and more complex patterns, just like what you got with the metal plates, right? But on the brain. And what else did I want to say? All right, so what's also important to understand here is that what these eigenvectors are basically one-dimensional projections of the functional connectivity matrix. So the previous speaker just said that it's a good idea to connect nodes, or in this case, vertices that have similar neighbors. And this is exactly what happens in this projection. So the vertices that have similar colors in this illustration are similar in this projection. So they have a similar position in the graph or something like this. So the closeness in this color space, let's say, is what matters. Okay. Now to get to the actual point, which is just some ways in which this representation captures integration and segregation on the cortex. And I'm just going to give you two nice examples that I really like, and I'm going to start with hand areas. So the Human Connectome Project also provides with this wonderful Glasser parcellation some somatotopic areas, namely 5 on each hemisphere, so 10 in total. And I hope you can see the outlines here. And I just chose the 3 most conspicuous eigenvectors here. And you can see that with the one with the lowest frequency, you have all the somatotopic areas integrated together. So they have the same color, which means they are similar in this dimension according to this graph frequency. When you go to a higher frequency, you can actually see how the different somatotopic areas are segregated. So you can see in orange the hand areas on each side, and the blue stuff is here what would correspond to feet or legs, and down here you have the face area. But they're still symmetric across the hemispheres. And in this 11th functional harmonic, this is one of my personal favorites. You can really see the separation between the right and the left hand, which makes a lot of sense because, okay, our hands are similar, but also often the left hand does something different from the right hand. Right. And again, this just arises from this ordering by frequencies. And another nice example is this area MT, so middle temporal area, which is like a higher visual area. Is it even higher? I mean, it's responsible for motion. So here I'm just showing the map of seat correlations. So the area of interest is here, this yellow patch, and you can just see the correlation to the other hemisphere, for example, and this map that kind of engulfs the entire brain. But of course, the idea is that brain areas have different functions in different contexts. Oh, it's a bit obscured. Okay, so if we just, so here's again the seat correlation, and now I'm showing again 3 different functional harmonics, or yeah, which are just these eigenvectors. And you can see that this area now kind of is connected or is close together according to the colors with within different networks and connected to other areas. So for example, in this component, we can see an integration with auditory areas. So we have this audiovisual kind of processing stream, let's say. In the 6th harmonic, we see the sensory motor pathway, which is something that is talked about at length, for example, in this Yale 2011 7 resting set networks paper, and it really corresponds super nicely. And in the 8th functional harmonic, you can see this ventral stream. So you have this fusiform phase complex, for example, integrated with this area. And what I also find interesting in this one is that another area that turns up here is again the somatotopic face area. So it's like other people's faces and your own face. Okay. So what we're trying to say with this is that because you have each functional harmonic related to a unique spatial graph frequency, and these eigenvectors are orthogonal, and also this separation by spatial frequencies is theoretically connected to a separation by temporal frequencies, this could mean that this is a way of describing how the same brain area can fulfill multiple functions. And that is by being part of multiple of these communication channels, which are separated in the way that I just mentioned. Okay, something else that I want to mention here is kind of this discussion is, I see this more often now, so I wanted to include this. So we have this kind of apparent discrepancy between the notion of parcels, and I have been talking about parcels and areas, and this idea that we have gradients in general. So I was talking about continuous gradients. And so how does this go together? Because in the brain, we clearly have both. So on the one hand, we have parcels where the idea is that they're functionally, psycho-architecturally, and also connectivity-wise, more or less homogeneous. And the idea is that these different parcels kind of integrate in a modular fashion with other functional areas to fulfill different functions. And then there's this idea of gradients where we have continuously varying function also within a brain region. And this is supported by these findings of like topographic mapping, so retinotopy, somatotopy, and tonotopy, but also these large-scale connectivity gradients, which are also being discussed more and more. And I just want to point out that our first 2 functional harmonics look exactly the same as what is found by Margulies and others in 2016, where they used a different technique, and which has also now been shown to be present in many other kinds of data. So intuitively, when we just looked at these gradients, and I mentioned this before with the hand areas, you can see that even though you have a continuous gradient, these, like the lines, let's say, where the colors are the same, so the iso lines of these gradients, they seem to follow the borders of the parcels in the parcellation. And here I'm just showing one example as an illustration. But you can do this for any of the harmonics, and you can see that really the parcel borders from this Glasser parcellation follow these gradients quite well. And even more clearly, to explain what I mean, is if you consider that these dimensions, so these different eigenvectors, of course, act together to describe the organization of the cortex, you can imagine that parcels emerge in multiple dimensions. So I just plotted here again the two of these somatotopic hand examples that I showed before. And if you just plot the gradient in like this continuous space, one against the other, then you see that it's a continuous gradient. So there's not like patches or anything, but the blobs that you can observe on the surface, they emerge from the continuous gradient. So clearly you can say that the vertices that are plotted here belong to the left hand, and the ones that are plotted here belong to the right hand. And we quantified this, like how well do these lines really follow the gradients, and we found that when we use functional harmonics, so these are the first 11 functional harmonics that I showed you before in this list, and this is the quantification of how well they follow the parcel borders overall. So the maximum value you can achieve is, of course, 1. You can see that it's pretty good for most of them. Even the worst ones are still at like 0.65, which is still a good correspondence. And without going into details, because I'm running out of time, I just want to say that we also compared this to other possible basis functions, namely to principal components and also to independent components. And you see that the circles, so these are like the real gradients that we used, they perform worse than for the functional harmonics, and they're also not significant. So the gray things are rotations, so like random gradients, let's say. So this is all that I wanted to show you. And thank you. And please ask away if you have any questions.
Thank you very much for this nice talk. There's a question from Wouter Klein. He asks, if I understand correctly, the harmonic series are derived from the functional connectome. Can the harmonic be reduced to more specific biological mechanisms, delta waves, correlated spike trains, neuron tracks, etc.?
So basically, I just took the easy way out by saying that there's a theoretical connection to like temporal frequency, so like to actual dynamics. But yeah, we didn't analyze this, but there is now work emerging, and I just want to name and I just want to mention Ashish Raj, who has a paper out on simulating the nodes of the network with an actual, I think he was using a mean field model to simulate the dynamics and show how these patterns can actually emerge from the interplay between these local models and the connectome, and how some oscillations, for example, alpha oscillations in the correct places of the brain can emerge from these two mechanisms together. So we didn't make the link, but we believe that the link is there.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are already at the time for the next speaker, so I will relegate the remaining questions to NeuroStars.
Okay, thank you so much.
And I will invite the next speaker, who is Pedro Mediano. Who will tell us about reconciling emergences, an information theoretic approach to identify causal emergence in multivariate data. Welcome.
Hello, hello. Let me try and share my screen. There we are.
That works. And you can, yeah, perfect.
Amazing. Cool. Right. Thanks everyone for joining and for making it this far. I'm going to be presenting this paper that you can search. It's available on the archive. It's called Reconciling Emergences: An Information Theoretic Approach to Identify Causal Emergence in Multivariate Data. And much like Daniel Polanyi's keynote earlier today, we're going to be dealing with mostly conceptual and mathematical principles rather than specific neurophysiological implementations of those principles.
And I should briefly acknowledge the people that I did this work in collaboration with. So mostly Fernando Rosas from Imperial College, but also Daniel Bohr from the University of Cambridge and Adam Barrett from the University of Sussex, as well as other collaborators, Alan Seth, Henrik Jensen, and Robin Carhart-Harris. Cool. So let's start talking about emergence, what it is and why it matters. So emergence is a topic that features prominently, typically, many discussions around neuroscience and neural behavior and collective behavior more generally. And we all have an informal idea of what emergence is. There's something like, the whole being more than the sum of its parts. And we find emergence in many sort of man-made and social and natural phenomena. And I hope I don't have to try very hard to convince you that the brain is one such system that we believe to be emergent. For example, look no further than in Katharina's talk a few minutes ago, where she was talking about emergent patterns of, from the harmonics or whatnot. So what I'm going to be doing this talk is basically try to clarify what is it that we mean when we say that something emerges from something else. Like, try to give a mathematical theory behind these philosophical concepts. And when it comes to thinking about emergence, there's a bunch of theories that are lying around. One of them is reductionism, that basically says there's no emergence, there's only physics, and the Laplace's demon rocks. So if I know the exact position of all the molecules and the velocities of positions of every molecule inside the duck, then I can predict everything. I can know everything that's going on inside that duck. Alternatively, on the other hand, there's emergentism that says that some things cannot be explained by the microstate of a system, whatever that microstate might be. There's a few schools in here. One is strong emergence that says that true emergence is possible in principle. Right? So it doesn't matter how well you know string theory or how well you know the position of every particle in the universe, you will never be able to predict social phenomena like communism. On the other hand, there's this other flavor of emergentism called weak emergence that says that emergence is only apparent in practice. And this is most prominently embodied by the thought of Stephen Wolfram. The basis says if you have one of these funky class 4 cellular automata, the only way you can predict what's going to happen is by knowing the exact state of everything and running an exhaustive simulation, and there's no explanatory shortcut. But however, if you read this literature, I am myself always left with the question of, what are we actually doing? And, there's lots of pillow fights between reductionists and emergentists about what we mean by things, but, these are typically just deferred to the realm of philosophy. And what we wanted to do with this work is, well, can we stop arguing and measure something? And we believe this is relevant for neuroscience, and especially for my field, consciousness neuroscience, because a lot of claims about consciousness being strongly emergent, and there's the hard problem of consciousness or whatnot. So let's try and put a finger down on what these intuitions are and how can we mathematize them. So let's begin with a minimal example of what we mean by emergence, and we're going to look for these sort of features or these properties of some dynamical property that's in the whole but not in the parts of a system. And let's try to define a very, very tiny, minimal system with two binary variables. Think of them as neurons going on or off, that they have some particular state, and then with some probability gamma, the future has the same parity as the past, and otherwise they have the opposite parity, and everything else is random. If you just draw a sample from the system and let it run for a bit, you'll see that it looks like something like this. So there's some structure, the two neurons are sort of the same at first, then they swap, and they're different to each other, and then they swap again, and they become correlated again. But the thing with the system is that actually, if you look at it on the whole, the dynamics are not visible in any subset of the system. So many measures don't pick this up. If you compute things like transfer entropy, or mutual information, or some flavors of integrated information, phi, those are all 0. Right? So if you look at any subset of the system, you won't see anything at all. You will only see some meaningful dynamics if you look at the whole system. And we're going to take this as a minimal example of causal emergence, a case in which the whole system has some causal effect on itself, but on none of the parts, but on their own. So just a brief outline, what we're going to be doing is we're going to have this setting where we have a multivariate system X with n parts that evolves from t to t prime, and we have some supervenience, some sort of possibly emergent feature v that we can compute from the state of the system at each time. And first of all, we're going to provide a formal definition of causal emergence. Basically, what does it take for v to emerge with respect to x? Then we're going to distinguish between two different kinds of emergence that we're going to call causal decoupling and downward causation, and these terms will be explained in a few slides later. And then we'll propose a fractal criterion, show it in action, to actually go and formulate hypotheses about emergence in empirical data and go and answer if, see if that data has an emergent property or not. So in order to do that, I'm going to make use of a particular branch of information theory known as information decomposition, which I'm going to cover. I'm going to introduce very quickly, just in minimal detail to get you familiar with some of the concepts. So in partial information decomposition, this pretty seminal paper by Williams and Beer in 2010. Let's say that we have two predictors, x1, x2, and one target x. Think of them as, for example, two neurons responding to one particular stimulus. You can try and decode the stimulus from both neurons, and that will give you some joint predictability I of x1, x2, semicolon y, or you can calculate the marginal predictabilities of both neurons separately. And sometimes it happens that the whole is more than the sum of the parts. So the predictability you get with both neurons is a lot greater than, could be potentially a lot greater than you get with the sum of the parts. And in PID, we have this PID postulate that splits this information into 4 bits. One is called the redundancy, the unique information, and the synergy. The redundancy is basically the information that both neurons have independently, meaning that it's encoded redundantly. So you could read the same information if you look at only x1 or only x2. You could also be looking at the unique information that only x1 or only x2 has. Or more interestingly, you can have this bit that's called the synergy. That's the information you can have access to if you look at x1, x2 at the same time, but that you lose if you don't observe any one of them. And the perfect example of synergy is the XOR gate that you can see depicted here. And the XOR gate has this particular property that if you know one of the inputs to the gate, it tells you nothing at all, so immediate information is 0. But if you know both inputs, that tells you everything, right? So knowing both, you have perfect information about the output, but if you know only one of them, you know nothing at all, so this is a perfect synergy. So we've just seen that PID decomposes information that 2 or potentially many sources have about one single target. But typically, we care about multivariate systems that evolve jointly over time. So we have this system with x1 through xn, evolving from t to t prime. And really, PID doesn't quite cut it, because we have several time series going on simultaneously, instead of one privileged target that we want to sort of highlight and decompose its information. So one question is, can we extend PID to multivariate time series? The answer, you'll be shocked to hear, is yes, with this concoct that we devised that's called Integrate Information Decomposition, or PhiID, which you can read up in this paper if you're interested, or you could come to the IT Methods workshop on Wednesday to see my talk with more details about this and some of the other work that we've been doing. So basically, this information decomposition, both PID and PhiID, are going to be the mathematical backbone of our work. The only thing you need to take home from these few slides is the concept of synergy, and basically that we have a clear mathematical idea of how to characterize information that's in several variables, but not in any subset of them. So now with these tools, let's go on, let's try to define emergence. And very briefly, I'm just going to make a quick note on notation. We need to define a coarse-grained PID. So I'm going to introduce 2 quantities. This UN XYZ is the unique information that X has about Y that no individual variable ZI has. And this syn is a synergy, basically information about Y that no individual XI has, but X as a whole does. Very briefly define a bit of notation, this unique and synergistic information there. Cool, so let's now go on, jump in and define emergence. Again, we have this setting where we have this system with n components. We have X that we measure at regular discrete time intervals, xt. And then we have a candidate emergent feature, V, that we take to be a function of the state of the system at time t. And with this, we say that V is a supervenience feature of X. So informally, again, we have this idea that a feature V is emergent if it says something about the feature that individual microscopic elements of the system don't say about the feature of the system. More formally, we can use all these tools that we've been sort of looking at very briefly about unique and synergistic information and say that a supervenience feature V, f of X, exhibits causal emergence if its unique information with respect to the future of the system is greater than 0. Basically, if V tells me something about the future that the individual elements of the system don't. And there's a definition that is sort of perfectly mathematically well defined, and that captures to some degree this intuition of the whole being more than the sum of the parts in this causal sense, in the sense of, you know, being able to predict the future of the system. And then, you know, there's a definition that we put forward, basically that we just pulled up a sleeve because we believe it matches our intuition. And from here on, we're basically just going to use the properties of these information theoretic terms and sort of derive some results from it. The first thing we can do is actually to realize that, well, actually to compute this unique information, we need to know VT in advance, and we need to know what the emergent feature could be. But there are many cases in which we don't have any idea. We're just looking at data and want to see, well, is there anything emergent in here? So the solution to this is to use more PID, or we can prove that actually a system has causally emergent features if and only if it has synergy in its dynamical evolution. So if the elements of the system are synergistic with respect to their feature, then we know that there exists some V that is causally emergent according to the definition above. So the synergy quantifies the emergence capacity of a system. And we can do this basically without imposing any particular feature that we want to look at. And this basically is an intrinsic criterion based only on the dynamics of the system. And not only that, but actually we can make a taxonomy of emergence. So this previous definition tells us whether there is emergence in a particular system, but it doesn't tell us what kind of emergence it is. And for that, we're going to introduce two new types of emergence, two new definitions. One is downward causation. That is when macroscopic features affect individual elements. And this seems to capture this notion of, you have some emergent property floating above, and that is sort of directing or causally affecting individual elements in the system. And we're going to differentiate that from another mode of emergence, so to speak, that we haven't seen previously reported, that we call causal decoupling. And that is basically macroscopic features that affect other macroscopic features, but not any elements in particular. And so more graphically and mathematically, these are the formal definitions of both. So downward causation is this unique information that some sort of macroscopic features, some emergent features have towards some particular elements of the system. And causal decoupling is a particularly funny one, which we actually think of as a sort of statistical ghost, because these causal decoupling features, these basically it's like statistical patterns that operate at a higher level of abstraction, so to speak, and affect each other, but at no point are affected by or affect individual elements of the system. So they're like patterns that move around and affect each other without ever sort of touching the individual elements of the system. And we refer to these as statistical ghosts, sometimes only partially joking. And using this theory of phi-ID, we can actually decompose analytically the emergence capacity of the system into these two terms. That adds up perfectly. It adds up to the sum of this causal decoupling term G for ghost and the downward causation term D. We can go on and look at a few examples of this thing. So for example, we have these systems that, as before, are binary neurons evolving. Time goes from left to right, and these neurons can just be on or off. And there's a feature, take P as the parity of X. So in the system on the left, we have basically this very simple sort of ring copy system where every time step, every neuron is just transferring one bit of information to the neuron next to it. And that thing is not emergent, right? Because at any point in time, you can predict what one neuron is doing from the past state of the neuron next to it. So there's no higher level, there's no effect that needs to invoke any collective property of the system to predict the feature. So that's not emergent. However, on the system in the middle, we can have multiple neurons whose XOR, whose parity affects one particular neuron in the future, and that is emergent. And in fact, it has downward causation because we have one synergistic property of the past that is driving the activity of one particular neuron. And on the example on the right, we have an example of causal decoupling. That's actually the same system as in my slide earlier on, whereby the XOR, the parity of a group of neurons, is determining the parity of another group of neurons in the future. And we see this sort of causal decoupling, in which the parity affects itself, but it doesn't affect any of the individual neurons. So these are simple, minimal examples. But one thing, if you're any familiar with these tools of PID or information theory more generally, you probably know that actually it's kind of hard to estimate these things in practice. So if we were to apply these to empirical data, we need to do a bit more work. And to do that, we propose this practical tool, or this practical criterion that we call psi. And we can actually prove that if psi is greater than 0, then a feature V is causally emergent. So basically, if you give me some recordings X and some feature V which you believe might be emergent, then I can very, very easily compute this thing based on standard Shannon mutual information. And then if this thing is greater than 0, then we can conclude that your system, that your feature is causally emergent with respect to your system. And this has a bunch of pros. For example, it uses only standard mutual information, and there's lots of literature on how to estimate this. It uses only pairwise marginals, so there's no curves of dimensionality and no nasty scaling. And there's no false positives. So if you know that this thing is positive, then you know that your system is emergent. On the other hand, there's a few cons. So this thing needs a candidate feature V. Like you need to propose something. And it also double counts redundancy. So if your system is highly redundant, then this criterion would be less sensitive. And also, if this thing is smaller than 0, then it's really inconclusive. You don't know if the system is really not emergent, or if it is emergent, but your criterion is failing. So far, we have formulated a rigorous definition of causal emergence, provided an intrinsic criteria of causal emergence based on synergy, decomposed emergence into downward causation and statistical ghosts, or causal decoupling, and provided some practical tools to test for emergence in data. So let's now very quickly go and highlight a few of these case studies. So first, we can look at the canonical example of emergence, which is this game of life. And the game of life is this cellular automaton developed by John Conway quite a bit of time ago, where you have these cells that evolve looking at their neighbors, and you can have these sort of fancy, stable patterns that people call particles. And we set up these cellular automaton with a bunch of particles. That's the initial condition is on the left. Then they collide, and they do some stuff. And then typically some other particles are formed in the final state on the right. So if we take as a microvariable the cell state, and we take a macrovariable the particle type, then we can compute this thing, and we actually see that, in fact, this thing is positive, and therefore the game of life is emergent. So the presence of particles and the interactions between particles are an emergent property of the game of life. I'm going to skip this example. I'm going to go to the final example of neural activity during motor control. So in this case, we use ECOG data from a macaque monkey undergoing a reaching task. And the microvariable is going to be the ECOG channel, 64 ECOG channels on the left hemisphere of this monkey. And there's a macrovariable, the decoded hand motion in 3D space. So the XYZ in this plot represents the XY space, the XYZ coordinates of the monkey's right wrist. And in here, we have in blue, in this plot, we have the measured position of the monkey's wrist. But because, of course, there's many sources of information variability that are not being captured by the ECOG, what we do is we train this decoder using a support vector machine, and that's the orange line. And the orange line is sort of the decoded hand motion that represents the component of motor behavior that is encoded in this recorded ECOG. And we can go on and compute this psi criterion in blue at the top right, and in fact that is also positive, so it is emergent, but this sort of the degree of emergence sort of decreases over time as your prediction time horizon goes into the future. But we can see that in fact the representation of motor activity on this ECOG is an emergent property of the neural activity. So finally, to wrap up, we propose a quantitative, rigorous theory of causal emergence. Our theory agrees with intuition in paradigmatic examples of emergence, such as the game of life. And there's a new family of information metrics that we can use to analyze neural or other types of data. And again, for more details, please join us in the Information Theory Methods workshop on Wednesday. And that'll be all by me. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you for this interesting talk. Let's quickly ask a question. So Thomas Novotny asks, so would you make the claim that causal decoupling is strong emergence, or is it still a case of weak emergence?
What I would say is that actually causal decoupling is showing the strength of weak emergence. right? Because this is still epistemic in the sense of, well, if you knew the exact state of every part of the system and you knew the sort of generating model precisely, then you could predict everything. But the fact that as soon as you stop observing something, then there's a whole range of phenomena that can happen. Causal decoupling being one of the weirder ones. So my answer would be causal decoupling is still within the realms of weak emergence, but it shows how funky weak emergence can be without invoking the weird metaphysical commitments of strong emergence.
Okay, thank you very much. I will move the other questions to Neurostars, and thank you again. Thanks everyone for attending the session, and see you next time.
And try to turn on some lights.
So hello everyone, welcome to the evening Q&A. I'm very impressed actually that we have 97 people already live and listening to us, and primarily of course to Danielle, and also the people who are asking questions I hope are online so that they can actually ask their question in person. We have now a format where we have an hour for I think a more chatty kind of conversation, and no one like the questioner can actually do as well as in asking those questions. So I have 5 questions in the Q&A. Also, everyone feel free to add votes so that I can, if there are many questions in the coming in that I can prioritize, I will just go from the top right now. And the question, that was from Neurostar, so that's why. See whether Zimo Slavinsky is online and can ask his question in person. So actually, these are all Neurostar questions at this point. Let's see. Yes, I will ask him on screen. So, hi, Thomas. Thomas is our program director and is really responsible for most of the program. So thanks so much for your hard work. And I have invited Zimo Slowinski to join us to ask his question, but at this point, he's not coming on screen. And if folks want to ask new questions, then I know for sure that they're on that they're available right now, and we'll go for that. So yes, please ask new questions because I do not find the other questioners on screen. So let's just read the one question and do it without the questioner being present that we had left over from this morning. And that question was that the model anatomy similarly directed information and that DI describes the causality effect between 2 time series, and here you used for explaining the information flow among world sensors agents. Do you have a feedback information measure, e.g. between sensors and memory, or bidirectional information measure in your approach?
This is the question by Xiang Li?
That's right.
Xiang Li, okay. I'm not sure I fully understand it, but essentially you can, of course, use always directed information. The way we used empowerment was actually quite straightforward. It has no feedback. Okay, so basically, in the moment you know your state, from that moment on, you have a basically blind operation of actions and see what happens. So you're throwing stones around and see whether they hit actually a glass house. Okay, yeah, you throw the stone and do whatever you want, and then there's a result. Of course, doing feedback probably will involve directed information. It's just harder to do, and you get surprisingly far without doing it. Okay, so that's one thing. Of course, there are situations you will need feedback, in which case we will have to do directed information. That's one part of the question. I'm having a second look at the question and see whether I understand what it means. Yeah, and now there is no reason not to use this measure elsewhere. You see, the interesting part about the whole information theory is that nobody tells you who should be the agent and who should be the world. So it's perfectly okay to treat one part of the brain as the agent, the other part as, from that perspective, as a world. So you could treat parts of the brain as senders, or not senders, but actuators, and others as agents, and others as the world. That's perfectly possible. And everything we talked about, you can do on every level. So you can look at an individual neuron as an agent and its environment as a world. You can look at the whole agent. You can look at parts of the brain. So this is one thing, one beauty of the information theoretic approach. It is quite universal. The only question that remains is, how do you choose who's the agent and who's the world? What are natural boundaries that you would impose? Because I think the whole approach makes best sense if you choose good, well separated entities. Okay, so and an entity where you would expect an evolutionary normative, you could call it normative pressure to maximize, say, empowerment or something like that. So there are reasons to assume that there are some entities where you don't care about real empowerment because they just have to do a job. Right? If you have a bone, the bone has to be stable. That's it. But it's not supposed to do anything. So you should ask yourself, where would it make sense for the system to maximize its empowerment? So there's always an evolutionary empowerment. Many people have tried to argue for empowerment like quantity, like causal entropic forcing from physical reasons, but let's put it this way, I'm very adamant. I don't see a physical reason. Perhaps there is one, but I don't see it. But an evolutionary reason I can give you immediately. So empowerment, from an evolutionary point of view, it's very clear. An organism that has actuators that do influence the world without the sensors picking it up, or have sensors that see the world where anything you do doesn't change the sensors. That's not worthwhile perception action loop to have. You want sensors because you want to react on them, and you want to react on them because you can actually do something that changes the sensors. Otherwise, there's no point. In other words, you want an impedance match, an informational impedance match between what you do and what you can sense. It's not always perfect, and this mismatch is what makes it interesting. That's a different story. I will probably talk about that a little bit in the workshop on information theory, but there's a mismatch, but you want it to be as good as possible. Okay? So when that makes sense, we believe empowerment may be a plausible optimization criterion for biological systems.
Okay. Were you already reacting to the question in the chat that Simowit asked us?
Yes. So essentially, yes. So basically, the question is, could I use it as an objective function in autoencoder to maximize empowerment? Yes. Definitely yes. I don't know whether it makes sense. It's something that needs to be tried out. But basically what you're saying is when you maximize empowerment, you maximize your readiness for whatever can impinge you. Okay? You know, the famous Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts motto, be prepared. That's what empowerment does. It prepares you for what may happen. Yeah, it is not useful if you know what you're going to do, if you know what the goal is. Then you just optimize the goal. It prepares you, however, if you don't know the goal is unclear, you don't have a goal, it may still be decided. All these things are criteria that may be relevant for saying, okay, I want to be empowered because I have no idea what to do. There's one joke that I always say, tactics is what you do when you know what to do, and strategy is what you do when you have no idea what to do. And that's why politicians and CEOs always talk about strategy, because they have no idea what to do. Empowerment is strategy, right? So if you don't know how the future looks like, you put yourself in a position where you have the most options. You know what the future looks like. You just do your stuff, right? That's kind of the cheap version of the whole story.
Okay, the next question will come from Fahd Yassin, and I will try and call him up on screen.
You're welcome.
So I think one has to be a little bit patient with Crowdcast when it comes to inviting folks on screen.
Yeah, the light has to travel through Pluto and this bank, then
Right.
like that.
Something like that. Well, it has to go back through all the servers that try to mine our private data and whatever comes next. So,
Yeah, they will dig out all the secrets we exchange here.
okay, here's Fahd. So please go ahead and ask your question.
My question is, am I audible?
There's noise somewhere.
So my question is very specific to some human condition. Suppose an agent, a human agent, watches a lot of videos on YouTube regarding success of other people, say CEOs or politicians or celebrities. So
Can you
I am
speak a little bit more slowly? The connection is not very good. A little bit louder. I think your voice goes under.
Sure. So suppose an agent, a human agent, watches a lot of videos in YouTube of videos of success videos of other CEOs, celebrities, politicians, and other people. So he or she is having that perceptual inference that this is possible. But because of our empathy system, we are empathizing their success with ourselves, but not necessarily the active inference that I have the potential to do that. I got the result, I felt the results at least secondhand that this can be happen, but not necessarily because of my capabilities. So that's what I meant by when I say what do you do when you have all the information but you don't act it out? Does that increase the entropy or uncertainty more in my brain, or how does that work?
Okay, I'll answer in two rounds. Okay. Why are we so enthralled by there's some noise somewhere in the background?
Yes, I just muted him so that we can get a clear answer.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's so many options for intrusion. Okay, so I'll answer in two spaces. So having the knowledge. Let's start first with having the knowledge. Is expensive, of course. If you know all these things, you can do all these things. You are trained in doing all these difficult things. Of course, it takes space in your brain, right? I mean, there's certainly some compression. There's certainly some optimization, overlapping experiences. So, for example, if you're very good at archery, you might be reasonably good or having some advantage in learning how to throw spears, things like that, right? So there may be some overlap in skill. Now, if you look at these, why do we like to watch all these celebrities or the successful people, or James Bond, who's really doing these absolutely impossible stunts, and successfully so? Why do we like this? We don't show all the times that people have tried that and failed, right? We show only the successes. Now, here's my theory, and I'll tell you a little story from my own stock, because that's a story I had myself. When I was a kid, I was actually at school, and I was sitting. It was before class, and it was a sloping room, and I had this paper ball, basically this butter bread paper in my hand, and I wanted to get rid of it, and it was before class, so I threw it to the trash can, but it was clear it would not hit the trash can. Trash can was far away, it was under the sink, it was unreachable. And it was very clear I would throw and then get up and put it back properly in, right? You know, nice kid, I'm not a troublemaker. Now, the interesting part was the paper fell just between sink and wall, bumped 2-3 times back and forth, and fell into the trash can. So basically, it was absolute impossible throw. Totally impossible. It was really whatever Luke Skywalker did on Death Star, I did in my own little way with this paper ball. Now, the guy beside me saw that and thought, oh my God, did you do it on purpose? I was, of course, well, right, whatever. I didn't say anything, but I just showed this of course face. But what is interesting is the following. What it showed, this is possible. So if I now wanted to refine the skill and practice 3 hours a day to make these throws reliable and repeat them, and so that I can make this throw with a high reliability again and again and again, suddenly my empowerment has gone up, right? So the throw, my model of the throw says, no, you can't do it. It's impossible to succeed. My empowerment, however, grows as I can refine and channel this action in a way that this throw becomes possible. Now, you think this is a joke, but people do make money out of this. It's called golfing. In golfing, people do exactly that. They take this ball, shoot the ball. You know, the ball is in the bunker. You have no chance of hitting the hole. And then this Nick Faldo guy just hits the bunker. The ball goes up and goes into the hole. No chance of believing. You don't believe it's possible. So what happens is that you discover that there is a regularity. There is a reliability of how to inject information to your actions so they get reliable or half reliable outcomes. It's not perfect. It's not perfect, but it's discovering that this is possible. That's why we like that. In roulette, for example, this is misled. So people that get addicted to gambling are misled somehow by the psychology of roulette to believe that they can actually control, the outcome of the ball. Of course, they can't. We know this. This is pure luck. But the point is that they are led to believe that it's controllable. So, in other words, basically, one of the interesting aspects of human skill, as opposed to, for example, skills by very, very intelligent primates, is that humans can tell each other it is possible to make things like that reliable. You can become an archer that hits a target from 300 yards. You can do that, and this is reproducible if you practice. So what I'm trying to say is that empowerment relies not only the sensors, but relies also on your model, of your forward model. Okay, so if your forward model tells you, and that now I'm coming back to your celebrities. Yes, it's possible for people like, I'm not going to say names, but just by appearing on the internet to become billionaires. Okay, that interests people because it tells them the story that if I refine my skills enough, I can do that reproducibly. Nobody really knows what the proportion of luck is and what the proportion of skill is. Certainly there is skill, certainly there's luck, okay? But I'm not sure when I'm answering your question, but the idea is a little bit, storing this information is expensive. Refining the model, however, makes a difference in empowerment. If you don't have a good forward model, you don't have empowerment.
So if I understood correctly, whatever information that I extract from the states of the world, all of them are in service of how I can act on the world. But the human condition posits that I can kind of convince myself that anything is possible, regardless of its luck, regardless of its mayability, it is possible. So I can kind of make myself act on it.
It's not a regardless of luck. You can't ignore luck, right? But the point is the question: where is luck? Where is luck, and where is your capability?
Yeah.
And we are trying as humans. We like to increase our bubble of autonomy. We try to take away from lady luck, as they like to call it, if you personalize it, the ability we like to be our own in our control. It's not always possible. Sometimes we overestimate our powers. Then we think we are in control, we are not, right? Or we think that it's because we are so smart that everything works and we were just being lucky. But this is exactly what we learned, right? So we're trying to take out of the, for example, you build a machinery and it breaks down. And what does an engineer do? Engineers are people who take out the luck of the machinery working or not. Yeah, they make a machine working reliable if they're good engineers. That's exactly what they do.
And if something doesn't go on our way, we blame it on lady luck. It's bad luck. So we'll protect that internal forward model.
Well, it depends. If you want to succeed, then actually blame yourself. So normally, being self-critical in a healthy way is distinguishing, okay, I actually did a mistake. And if I made a mistake, I can fix it. If it's bad luck, I can't fix it. Right? So that's not always the right thing to do. Right? So essentially, empowerment is about finding out how far can I actually myself control my environment. And how far, okay, that's the way it is. Nothing to be done.
I think that's fascinating. So now we come all the way to morality, and we shouldn't blame bad luck when we don't succeed. I think that's very true in a lab environment, where if people in an experimental framework think it's bad luck that the experiment doesn't work, they don't improve their technique enough to make it work better next time. So don't blame the equipment, I guess, is another way of phrasing this. So Thomas Nowotny had a question that got some positive vibes, so I'll try and pull him up on screen.
It's quite surrealistic, this type of setup. I can't see anybody, and but I know you're out there.
Right. 95 live listeners, yes. So that would be a lot of little icons on the screen. So I think Thomas is trying to connect. And you can always look at the question beforehand, at least the one, invite is not there, okay.
You need to invite him, obviously.
Too many video sources. Oh, we have, I think that our previous speaker I didn't actually have our previous questioner formally dismissed, so he may still be there as a ghost. And we now have too many streams. Sorry, Anand, I will close you down for a moment. Yeah, so if you're called on screen during this procedure, please wait until I close your icon, because if you somehow just quit, you seem to be staying around and taking a channel out of the 4 channels that we have. So please let me close the connections. It seems to be a lesson learned here. Hi, Thomas.
Oh, hey, yeah, it's me again. I thought I pushed Daniel a bit in a different direction, yeah, so away from the empowerment only. In a more general question, I really like these probabilistic approaches, probability theory, information theory. But in general, if you want to kind of look at real world problems and you don't have full control of your model and you don't know every detail of it, it's really hard to get to those probability distributions to calculate anything. For example, like local information flow or so on. You really need very fine-grained information about everything, and how do you collect the statistics? So I wonder whether it's only a theoretical tool and we should be happy with that, or whether there's something you can do in practice where you can actually make it work on real-world systems.
Okay, I mean, there's a reason probably why information theory became popular in the last years, because it is hard to compute, it's hard to estimate. In fact, Shannon information seems to be the nastiest of all the Renyi entropy quantities. So there are, I think, order 2 or something is much easier to compute and estimate. So, you know, if you're not curious, you can go for Renyi entropes and take a different power and get some results. You lose a lot of the nice properties, the additivity and a couple of things that that you have. However, first of all, I don't think that for practical purposes you always need a precise information measure. The information measure is what you want when you do theory. The information measure is what you want when you do computations on well-defined systems. But in practice, sometimes it's enough to have something that has a signature of information, is correlated with information. Now, does nature optimize information? We do not know. What I think happens is something else. Is you have two systems. One is optimally, informationally near optimal. The other one is not. It's clear. The first system is faster, more efficient, uses less energy, or at the same energy can do more. And that's how it becomes informationally optimal. So anything that approaches this somehow is suitable. Yeah, there are some people that actually believe that the networks, in some aspects, compute actually information theoretical quantities, or approach them, or implement bottlenecks. There are now the attempts to show that actually what they do is a series of information bottlenecks. Now, if that can be established, then we have a way of computing it. It doesn't have to be perfect. It has to be good enough, right? We don't believe that organisms are perfect, but they are good enough, and that's perfectly fine. The question is really, what do we do when the systems are very big? So first of all, I do not believe that biology is able to compute super complicated functions in one unit. So I don't believe that you can have, you know, in mathematics you write a function f and it can be arbitrarily complicated. Even if it's binary, you make it very, very complicated. I don't think that happens. I think it's the opposite. I think in biology, the things that come together to compute something are really very similar. They're basically variants of the same thing. They're additions, multiplications, shifts, things like that. You can't make an arbitrarily complicated Boolean function on a simple unit. So in other words, there is a limit to the complexity that you need to consider, and that changes the game. Now you can look at models where every entity is actually quite simple and has a
if you now go big in a big system, then you can still make any function, right? We know that.
Yes, exactly.
On very simple units, you can approximate any function, right?
Exactly. And now the point is that you essentially look at your environment. If you look at one unit, you look at its environment as some kind of typical environment. Or else you can also look at max entropy or generalizations thereof as, I don't know how my environment looks like. So if I don't know how my environment looks like, the best assumption is max entropy or max entropy under certain conditions, things like that. That's basically something you can do. And as you know more, you add this information into your model and compute that. And there are also all kinds of tricks to approximate stuff. And if you know certain things, you can put this knowledge into your system. So the theory is very beautiful. The reality is dirty, but that's always like that. I guarantee you that the guys who do work at CERN and try to find out the rules of the universe have beautiful formulas, but when they come measure these, they have to compute what's the cross-section of this detector, whatever.
So you're essentially suggesting, I mean, you don't get the exact stuff when you actually want to apply it, but it's still useful because you can do a coarse-grained view on it and the structures are right, and then you can refine it whenever you get more. and
Yes.
you're on the right track. That's the idea, right?
Basically, you come from two sides. From the theoretical, from the theoretical side, understanding what you want, making predictions. Also, information theory gives us a lot of predictions. That's really cool. I will talk a little bit more in the workshop talk, but you can make predictions that are non-obvious, right? So they emerge by the structure of information. Say, I expect this type of phenomenon to appear. Then there's the analysis from down, and we try to close this gap, right? But the nice thing about information theory is one language. You use the same language for the top and the low level, and as you close the gap, and sometimes you can actually link them together, you become more and more.
The only problem you get is if you can get if you're not careful, you can of course get wrong results, right? So you can look for causality and try things like all this Granger and transfer entropy and this and that, and you know of all the problems, right? If you don't have the full information, you can see all kinds of pseudo correlations, and so it's not all without problems, right? But I see your point. Yeah, I mean, nothing is perfect, and you can bootstrap yourself through quite nicely.
I'd like to comment on causality because this is something that's very important for you, of course. Causality is a particularly nasty question. Okay. In physics, physicists were very lucky early on that you could actually, that Galilei and his contemporaries discovered, you can separate out an experiment. I have this ball and I can do stuff to this ball and pretend like nothing impinges on it. It's, by the way, not right. It's not true, but it works well enough. Quantum physicists had a conceptual problem for a long time before they got to the concept of Hilbert space, and it was difficult. People still argue about that. I think it's solved by now, actually. But you pack everything you want to talk about in the state. If you don't do that, you are in dire trouble. You're in dire trouble, even in quantum physics. I like to mention that because everybody looks up at physics as kind of the most mathematical science, experimental science. But no, they have a similar problem. In neural systems, you have the problem that this is like, it's worse than quantum system in a way, because everything talks to everything all the time. It's very clear you can't easily isolate.
And so, each element can be different. That's the second problem, right?
Yes, not like in physics. In fact, the being different seems to be a hallmark of biology, actually.
Right.
And so I do think that causality, if you try to get causality from observations only, you need to really know what you're doing. Okay, so you need a good model, and I'm not saying it's impossible, but it's not like you can press a button, you get that. You have to really have some extra insight, either better models or something that tells you, okay, there's a reason why I think the cause is really coming from there. And the whole partial information decomposition discussion, many people talk about that, but they try to make it work, because actually unique information is a way to say, oh, this is information that's not affected by anything else, so it helps me tracking causality. I think this is exactly why it's so difficult to do that. It's obviously information theory tells us, no, you guys, you don't get that. You're not there yet. Right. I think information theory tries to talk to us, and we don't listen.
Yeah, like the secret messages in the engineered chips we had in the other talk. But I don't want to monopolize the discussion. So thank you very much, Daniel. Yeah, good to see you.
Thanks, Thomas.
Thank you, Thomas.
Okay, the next question I'll just read is from Roderick Klein. And sorry for slaughtering some people's names. It's hard to avoid sometimes. So his question is very short. How would your method translate into a multi-agent environment with bad agents? I guess the bad agents might be criminal folks around you, something like that.
Yeah, I can answer that. We had several years ago a paper. It came out at the big slate of issues on ethical robotics, and we had a suggestion to use a kind of altruistic version of empowerment to get helpful robots. I won't go into detail, it's a long story, but essentially in empowerment, it's very important to say who's the actor and who's the receiver. Now, if the receiver is somebody else, you can be altruistic. So, in other words, if you, for example, want to save your, say, you're a companion in a game, you're a player, and there's a companion, and the automatic companion tries to empower the player. So the companion automatically tries to help the player, and not in a bad way, like in Asimov's 3 laws, but actually in a nice way, because it will not deprive you of your possibilities. It will remove your enemies who try to kill you. If killing you is taking the ultimate empowerment away, but it will try to eliminate your enemies, set you free, help you to get free of a prison or things like that. Now, of course, there's no reason why that help needs to be in the positive sign. You can turn the sign around. That has been done in the context of games, actually, to create more interesting game opponents. So, and this has been done by Christoph Salge and Christian Guckelsberger. And they looked actually at antagonistic players that try to deprive the player of empowerment. And they get different kinds of antagonists. So depending on the parameters, how much emphasis you have to your own survival, to the taking away the empowerment from the others, and so on, they get results like I give them the name, and they call them differently in the paper. One is the cowardly backstabber. He tries to take away your empowerment, but prioritizes its own survival. Then there is a psycho killer. This is a guy that tries to kill you, whatever, doesn't care about its own safety. And the third one, they actually call that a supervillain. So that one tries to harm you really bad, but it doesn't want to kill you. It pushes the player in the lava and pulls him out just when the last health point is still there, and then heals him, because he likes to play around with his prey. This is a result that was not programmed in. This is emergent. Okay? So I always told them they should actually call the paper The Nature of Evil. But yeah, so the point is you can model this. So I don't know whether this answers the question, but these are bad agents, and there are more than one, so it's a multi-agent system.
Okay, so if they evolve along with the good ones, I guess that's almost unescapable then.
Well, you know, it really depends who do you want to have, right? And what is it that you cater for? Well, you know, it depends really on what your overall dynamics is. A society that does penalize bad behavior will probably get better behavior on the long run.
Right, so now I'll call our next discussant on the screen. That would be, oh yes, and Wouter should actually come on screen at some point and say how his name is correctly pronounced, but let's go to the next question. So I'm just inviting Gargi. See whether that's working.
This is the sensor question. Can you comment on?
So yes, you can certainly start reading it.
Can you comment on the generalization to the specialization aspect of the sensors? Right, that's the question.
Right. Oh, he cannot see the invite again. So let me try this again. Reprompt.
Right. So basically, the question is, if I understand it correctly, you're asking they have sensors, but they can hardly act. Well, I don't think that the sensors are relevant. Otherwise, they would not need them. Okay. So whatever they adapt to is something they need to be able to sense, unless it's automatic. Okay. You don't need a sensor necessarily if you react automatically to something or it's too fast to react. So, for example, you can have a mechanics that makes your sensor just work the right way. If I remember correctly, I would have to read it up again. But there's a special parasitic fly that has evolved a basically mechanical link between the two eardrums. It doesn't have flies don't have eardrums, but this fly is able to hear. crickets, basically, that they parasite. And they have an extremely high resolution in the directionality. And that's achieved by basically mechanical link, as far as I understand. Now, this mechanical link is just a mechanical link. There's no processing in there. But this mechanical link does the work necessary to measure the time differences between the two ears to identify where the target, where the prey is, where the host is. So I would say it doesn't have to be always an active sensor, right? But it has to have some function. It doesn't have a function at all. It loses it. So my favorite example here is a cavefish. You have a cavefish. They are blind. There's no light. So that's it. They have to live in the dark, and they don't need the eyes. And basically, the eyes are just remnants. They are still there, but they don't do anything. There's another solution, of course, that deep sea fish have developed. Deep sea fish, of course, instead of throwing away the possibility to see, they use bacteria, light-producing bacteria, to generate light, so the eyes are still useful. Now, of course, I think the deep sea fish have a much better chance of doing that because their environment is much, much bigger. So they have the chance of finding such bacteria. Cavefish don't have that luxury. So the cavefish simply adapted to a world that's more impoverished.
Okay, I think actually we're now getting Gargi on screen. So hang on a second and maybe. Oh, there you are. Hello.
Yeah. I don't know whether I answered the question though.
So that also would like the deep sea example that you gave. I understand they would over time have features that have evolved to make them suitably compatible to it. I don't know whether that's like evolution of a feature, or maybe we can call it specialization, but my point was like when it emerges, as we have read, like it's a chance factor and then it gets selected over a particular point of time. So when it is emerging, it is cost effective, but for a particular duration in future, it is ultimately being beneficial. So my point was, even if it is not beneficial for a short period of time, it is getting selected. So how is it like in that sense?
Excellent question. Excellent question. Excellent question. I do think that you need a gradient for evolution to work. It doesn't have to be very large, but it has to be there. But the gradient does not have to be a direct viability measure.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I didn't talk about that because I didn't have the time. But there is a section that I sometimes present in my talks about why information may sometimes drive sensors to become increasingly capable without actually an external evolutionary pressure to do so. And this is a longer story, so I can't really give a short answer here, and unfortunately we can't socialize at the coffee table and discuss this. But essentially the idea is, or the hypothesis is, and it's not proven, and to be honest, I would not know how to prove this hypothesis at this stage. Maybe there's a way of running a long-term experiment, no idea. But the idea is the following: when you take in sensoric information and turn it into action, so relevant information, it turns out that there is an inefficiency. Inefficiency is well known to people who do information theory. So this inefficiency means not all information that you take in is converted into actionable information.
Right.
The relevant information may be much lower than information you need to process in the first stage. It's this what even without feedback. Xiaoping talked yesterday about feedback, but even without feedback, there's a huge inefficiency between what you need to take in and extract information from and what you need to act upon. This can be predicted from information bottleneck theory. So if you do information bottlenecks, the mutual information between the target variable and the image variable, that's what you want to have. And the information from image variable to bottleneck variable, that latter information is usually much higher. So what I think, and this is a pure hypothesis at this stage, as I say, I can't imagine an experiment how to prove that. It's not that we couldn't prove it and we couldn't run evolution, but it's simply not feasible at this stage, is that if you have this incredible amount of information that you have to process, but you use only 1 bit, say, then evolution favors behaviors that make use of the extra bits. There are extra bits. And these bits can be used. There are more targets you can do. You can do targets more flexible. You can do exaptation. You can basically adapt your sensor to some other niche without extra cost. You don't pay. You don't lose anything by doing so. You wander the niche without actually making a trade-off. Yeah, you're still as near optimal as you were before. So basically, like this surface is oiled, well oiled, and this is information theoretic property. The model, if you want, is in a paper by Van Dijk and myself, 2012. So I can Van Dijk. It's about sensor evolution. Yeah. So it's in the chat.
Thank
this yeah, and basically the prediction is that either you move along this this parallel set of possibilities to a different sensor, or you refine the existing sensor very quickly. So you get very quickly, as you add abilities, you refine it extremely quickly to maximum or near maximum resolution. Just by informational pressures, no viability pressure.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. And if I may, the second question was like animals which have very negligible action. Like I give the example of tardigrades, they hardly move at all. So how do they, how are they influencing the environment in changing the environment?
Well, they influence them by moving. I mean, they move. If they can move, there's some advantage to be able to move, right? So there are bacteria, for example, or the archaea. I forgot the name of the species, but there's an archaeum that when everything's fine, it's just floating around. And when you make them hungry, you take away the nutrients from the environment, they sprout flagella and start moving around. Right. So in other words, if everything is fine, why bother, right? If everything is fine, just sit in front of the TV, watch and eat chips, right? But you know, when suddenly you don't have any chips anymore and the Coke and the pizza is finished, then you have to do something. You have to run out and get a pizza or your crisps or whatever. So essentially, if you're not stressed, why bother? I mean, that is quite a normal state. Yeah, but I would say, of course, you can't just sprout sensors out of nothing in general, and that's why they have to be there. So the question is always a trade-off. Having a sensor, using it, and note that fast sensors usually correlate with fast actuators. So let's take mollusks. If you have a snail, they have some eyes. They move not very fast. Yeah, they're moving faster than some drivers on the road, but still, right? And then there's, of course, octopuses who have eyes that are macroanatomically actually surprisingly similar to mammal eyes. And I like that COVID comes along.
The chat is developing a life of its own here.
Yeah, I see. So basically, in mollusks, you can see that very nicely. So I would estimate that there is a relation between the speed of actuators and the speed and fine-grainedness of sensors.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Gary, for your questions. Okay, now we'll look at a virtual person to join us. We'll see who that is. Virtual Mario is coming on.
Good name. But they have to make some jumps first.
Right. Well, it looks like at least two hemispheres to Virtual Mario, left and right. And yes,
they have to find the key, open the door. And now comes the boss fight.
Well, welcome to the screen. And
yeah, so yeah, thank you for for the nice talk and all the interesting answers as well. It was very motivating. So I'm interested on your comment during the talk about the cost of energy processing. And at least, for example, in humans, we know that the consumption of information is relatively constant, and that around 80% of the energy that is consumed in the central nervous systems is consumed at the synapse, therefore at the integration level. So if, for example, during the sleep, this doesn't change either, how can we reconcile the continuous consumption of energy with the extra cost that information processing might impose on the system?
Yeah, let's distinguish the things. There was a question about the 20 and 40%. I must confess that I used to talk always about 20%. And then somebody pointed out in the paper that that was 40% or 50%. I obviously slightly uncritically took over this number. So here somebody mentioned that it's actually coming up from that children actually have the highest consumption of energy. So I could not reconstruct which paper actually claims this 40-50% by activity. So I will treat this statement with care. I will, for now, I would say, put it in a quarantine, right? I mean, maybe it's true, maybe it's a correct statement, but the paper needs to be identified. Definitely there seem to be differences over the developmental period of humans.
Yeah.
That's the first thing. The second thing about use of information, I would say the way I look at it, and it's a model, it's not claiming to be correct, is essentially, basically, attention we know is a limited resource, right? So you can't have, you know, when you're on a mobile, having a row with your friend and with your partner, and you're driving, this is not helping. Okay, it's very clear that information is separated, and there is a limited pool in a way that you can use to process information in a coherent way. I mean, the training can improve that. That's exactly why firefighters, soldiers, doctors practice a lot. So you can devolve information processing. And if you can do, but it takes a long time, right? So it takes a long time to get them to the point that they become so effective that it's automatic. But normally you essentially you have to divide your conscious attention to different tasks. So I treat it as a pool of information processing from which you take out some, and of course you want to minimize that. You want not to spend more on this pool than you have to, right? If you can afford to use less, then you do. Sometimes you make mistakes.
Okay. So, but then, okay, let's put the exact level of energy consumption on quarantine. I like this statement. But if we compare, for example, now you are giving an example at a conscious action and in a conscious state, but this is also true regardless of how high the percentage is, regardless if you are asleep or if you are in a minimal responsive state, like in comatose patients. So okay. at this level, the consumption remains relatively constant, but the information that is being processed towards the sensors, of course, is different. So that's where I would like to inquire you about what will be your interpretation of this relatively constant consumption, depending on regardless of the state of the system.
So basically, this is a question that actually needs to be asked of the biologist. So does the consumption change, and where does it change? When does it change? Are there different parts of the brain where sometimes the consumption is constant, others is not? So I can't answer this because I'm not a neuroscientist, but this may be actually an interesting question for the future. On the other hand, if you have an existing infrastructure then this needs to be maintained, information or not, right? If you have a direct line to the emergency services, and this needs to be maintained, and it can't be used for other information, this line is used in energy. That's it, right? The informationally optimal. The big mistake that early information theorists did, they treated Shannon's original model as sacrosanct. So we have more information, we have rare events, very rare events, and then it's log minus log p, and that's it. That's the whole story. But we know it's much more complicated. Then the reality is that there is an architecture, and this architecture is there. Once you were born, it's been set up, and once it's set up, it uses the energy it needs to use. I don't know whether there are parts which can use less if they don't need information. That's something that I would actually ask the neuroscientist community. That would be actually something I would be interested in knowing. And then the question is, what would distinguish these parts of the brain? Why would one part use constantly the same amount of information, energy, the other one not? Informationally, though, the story is clear, right? I mean, if I process information somehow, then it has some role. I will not process this information if it has no role. And if the role is dreaming, that's fine. That's a role. It means dreaming is like an exercising the model, like retraining your network, you're generalizing, creating generalizations, creating new connections, and things like that. So essentially, and it's also well known that I just see a little bit of the chat on the side. I do know that under stress, people can lose a lot of weight. I know a case of somebody under big stress. It's a very funny story, which I'll tell another story. It didn't happen directly to me, but somebody I know. But this is a story for the after dinner party. Somebody I know lost 4 kilograms in a day through a very stressful, kind of positively stressful situation. Right? It was not a very bad situation, but it was stressful. And yeah, so I have no idea whether this was lost by the body or the brain. Interesting question.
Okay.
All right, thanks a lot. We'll move on to Abed's question. And since the hour is passing so quickly and we still have some questions, let's thank you and invite Abed.
It's an amazing conversation on the side, but I can't follow it. So I.
Okay, there we go. Yes, we all go multitasking when we do online work.
Yeah, this is also attention consuming.
Hi.
It's very pertinent. That's why I'm also following it.
Hi.
Hi. So I wanted to ask about the relation between empowerment and autonomy. So if we say that the agent has reached a level of autonomy, meaning that it modeled the environment somehow, can that be achieved by empowerment? Is empowerment a necessary condition or a sufficient condition of autonomy?
Excellent question. I would say, let's put it this way. Our working hypothesis is empowerment is actually a measure of autonomy. And in fact, an organism wants to maximize its autonomy in a way, right? It looks quite consistent throughout the experiments we've done in the last years, that it's pretty closely correlated to what we humans would consider, this is autonomy. This is what I would want to have, this freedom that I would like to have when I'm an agent in a situation. Right? So it is, well, synonymous in a way.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Right.
It was an easy one.
So maybe I can squeak in a question, since I'm so taken with the RoboCup, and these are agents that are, I guess, trying to employ all the rules and mastery of information that you're talking about, and yet they're doing poorly. At least for many years, they're doing poorly. Compared to human players. So the question is, what is the challenge? Why is it so hard to make a good soccer team with a multi-agent player?
Hardware. So if you look at the probably strongest leagues, the strongest leagues are the 2D simulation league and the mid-size league. So the 2D Simulation League are little discs moving on 2Ds and kicking the ball so fast that essentially, as a human, you would not have a shred of a chance against them. They will just smash you to bits, right? They are very, very fast, super coordinated, and no human had a slight chance. So you would put a team of humans, they will not succeed. What they would do, they would improve the game, but I think they will be smashed to bits. So it's clearly not the AI, but of course they're all handcrafted. Okay, most of it is handcrafted. The second one that's quite impressive is the mid-size league. The mid-size robots are, as you know, roughly 0.5 meter high, and they move quite fast. So they can make humans already give a run for the. I mean, humans can beat them when we, as amateurs or beginners or dilettantes, play against them. Then we have a hard time, and the professional team probably could still beat them. But they already look like they're planning, they're kicking balls up, they're hitting goals, and they're quite fast. And plus, they're careful not to run into humans. If they didn't take care of that, probably the humans would have also a hard time because they would be afraid of them. In fact, this will be also one of the big challenges in 2050, to have, if you have humanoid robots, that humans are actually ready to play against. Because, you know, these robots can easily break somebody's leg or worse. So you want really robots that you're prepared to play against. Okay, they're dangerous, but not too antagonistic, but not too antagonistic. This is what makes the RoboCup so interesting. You have collaboration with your team, you have antagonism against the other team, but still you don't want to be cross the line, right? You don't really over antagonize. It's not war, right? And therefore, I would say it's a nice model for that. But right now, I would say the AI is a problem, but the hardware is a big problem. We underestimate how good our hardware is actually as organisms. Our hardware is really good. We have extremely fine-tuned sensors, a lot of them distributed over the whole body. They understand what's going on. We know to compensate. That's an interesting part. It's interesting for AI. Compensating. We are very good at compensating. Robots are not. Okay? This is something that maybe not more modern methods may solve. Brain is very good at compensating. It's compensated even itself. We know that people who have strokes manage to surround sometimes some defects, some lesions of the brain, and solve problems in different ways. We don't know how to do that, but I think there we're approaching a vestige of understanding.
So you're saying it's not strategy. It's not look ahead. I have a model of the world, anticipation, just hardware and cloud.
I think in anticipation and strategy, I would say in long-term strategy, we are still better. Context switching, we are still much better. Anticipation tactics, no. Machines are better than us on that. But long-term strategy and context switching is something where we are very good, and machines are very dumb. Context switching is the one, in my opinion, the one big challenge to AI is context switching. That's one thing that we know very well to do, and machines don't.
Okay, and then for the final question, we are really kind of close out of time. But Anand had a question, and as co-moderator, he gets to finish the session.
Thank you, Dad. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Professor Polanyi, for the great talk. So my question was about the example you gave about the Bayesian network, where the agent has to navigate the entire space, and then after infinite time, the amount of information, the sensory information processed by the agent is almost equivalent to the entropy of the environment.
Not of the environment. The original entropy that it needs to remove.
Okay.
Because
So
to get from the initial state to the center, it needs to remove entropy, and whatever it takes in over time must approach this value.
So I was just wondering, process like annealing or say simulated annealing, where that's another optimization problem. that's stochastic. So can that be viewed in this framework? Because there's no information processing in simulated annealing, but still there is optimization. I mean, there's a navigation and then there's an optimization, but there is no information processing. So
in which one? In the example?
The simulated annealing. Simulated annealing.
Right. Yeah. There is information processing. Every time you select, every time you say, I make this lottery, this dice throw, and decide I take it or I don't, that's information selection. It's not very efficient, but it's information processing. I make a selection. I take it or I don't take it. And if you had, say, some imagine some poor undergrad gets paid for making this decision. It's work. Yeah, they throw the die. Yeah, I'll take it. Throw the die. No, I don't take it. There's this famous experiment. Buffon did it to estimate pi by stochastic experiment, throwing a needle into a ring, and whenever it was, I don't know, I forgot it. But essentially, yeah, this experiment over and over and over. People underestimate because you can program. This work is done by the computer, but it's information processing. Actually, you can treat it as information processing. It's not very efficient, yes, but it's information processing.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. We can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that. I have an echo now, so I muted myself. But 1 hour and 5 minutes, I think we had a great conversation. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for answering. And we'll all think about information in new ways, I think.
Thank you very much. I would love to drink a beer. Thank you for inviting me.
Definitely a drink would be nice. Everyone have a drink on their own, and I guess we can look from what it looks like in the strat.
Thank you very much indeed.
Okay. Bye.